What's up guys, we are back with another banger. So today we're gonna see what if DEKU inherited Anos Voldigoad's, the overpowered demon king's magic. So if you're new here, please subscribe the channel and also like the video.
In a large, dark room lit by a dim moonlight, several figures sat at a long table with anticipation. One of them, a petite girl with long pink hair styled in twintails, wearing very scant clothing, practically bounced around in her chair excitedly. A modestly sized girl with short brown hair containing a single white streak and two golden horns sat across from her, staring at her with annoyed red eyes. "Calm down, you're being annoying." An extremely buxom woman with long black hair braided in a long ponytail chuckled in mild amusement. "Just let her be, she's excited. She's over 20,000 years old. She doesn't need to be constantly acting like a child." Smirking, the black-haired woman glanced at a young woman wearing all white standing behind her. "Then you should let your granddaughter act her age then. She is what? 16. You and I both know that isn't true." The woman chuckled lightly. "So, you could still just let the girl live a little bit, you gluttonous spider." Before the short-haired woman could respond, the door opened. The curvaceous woman looked to the door with a smile. "Ah, Anos." The pink-haired girl practically launched out of her chair. "Papa." The two stood atop a massive tower in the middle of nowhere. A lithe girl with dark black hair adorned with cat ears turned her curious green eyes towards the person next to her. "This had better work, stupid elf." The elf in question, a young woman with golden blonde hair, emerald green eyes, and a very full figure, nodded emphatically with a wide smile as her BU Saint attempted to pop out from her green dress. It will. Now, just stand over there, and I know the ritual, I'm the one who taught it to you," the cat-eared girl snapped at the elf, interrupting her. "The only input you had was coming all the way out here." She puffed her cheeks in annoyance. "Why are you always so mean, Rem? Make sure your hands are positioned properly. We need to be matched perfectly for this to work." Quote. She looked at Rem in mild confusion. "How can we if your boobs are so small?" The fur on her tail flared out in aggravation. "Don't make me throw you off this tower." The elf backed away slightly. Why would you do that?" She just sighed and redirected the conversation. "Let's just get this started so we can get down from here." "Okay." She cheered, ousing her bust to bounce around in her top. "Let's summon a demon lord. Let's hope we summon a demon lord. In all likelihood it'll probably just be an archdemon or some kind of tough monster." "Did you lose all your positivity with your chest?" Rem again growled at her. "Do you want to go down this tower the fast way? I certainly don't want to climb it again." She realized they were getting nowhere like this and tried to urge her comrade on. "Just pump your mana and stop trying to think. You're not good at it anyway. Meanie. Just shut up and do it." As the two crouched around the RGE pattern carved into the floor of the tower, the lines and symbols began to emit a strong light. The blonde smiled with excitement. "It's working. Stay focused. If we don't, we might summon something weak, or worse." "Huh, what's worse?" Her ears flattened as she tried to avoid the question. "Just don't worry about it and focus on the spell and it won't be a problem." "There's a problem." Growling again, she snapped back. "Just shut up and—" The podium at the center of the floor emitted a bright flash of light followed by a large explosion that sent dust flying in all directions. "It worked," the elf exclaimed, her ears wiggling with excitement. Rem coughed as she tried to wave some of the smoke and dust away from her. "We won't know until the smoke clears." As the smoke cleared, the two saw someone sitting on the pedestal at the center. A man with short, messy, jet black hair and fair skin, clad in a long, ragged, black cloak with red accents, two large, jagged pauldrons sitting on his shoulders, gloves covering his hands, and knee-length black boots. The Pantherian looked the man over curiously. Who is that?" The elf trembled slightly as she stared at the man. Quote. "I don't know, but he seems really powerful. The whole area is just covered in his mana, it's even covering our own." The petite girl looked at the busty girl with confusion. "What?" Shaking her head, he decided there were more important matters to deal with at the moment. "You know what, forget it. Let's get the seal in place before he wakes up and decides not to be obedient." "Right." The two swiftly, but cautiously approached him before gently planting their lips on his cheeks. At the exact moment they did, the man's raven black eyes snapped open, and his senses slowly returned to him as the two stepped away from him. So, did it work? The blonde questioned. The black-haired girl furrowed her brow in thought as she looked at the man, who seemed more interested in scanning the surrounding area. I'm not sure. The seal isn't appearing on him, but I know we made contact. The man looked down and examined his body, noticing the familiar outfit and full-grown countenance before him. Reflected off a puddle in front of the podium. How strange, my body is fully formed. I expected to have to advance my growth at least a little. And, am I on a tower? Looking around, he noticed the vast forest and rolling hills. This geography, it is indeed familiar. But this tower is not. Odd. He then focused on the two girls standing before him. He examined the lean, lithe body of the Pantherian, which he could tell was very athletic and strong, but not overcome with muscle. He found her ears and tail adorable. His attention then turned to the elf, whose body was far plumper and more filled out. Her slender arms and legs highlighted by her bright, white gloves and boots, with just a small bit of her thighs poking out between her boots and skirt. Her hair was a bright golden blonde. And her cerulean eyes looked like gemstones, her ears twitching curiously as she also examined him. Though his attention was grabbed by the lush, plump mounds that were barely contained by her bright green top. Beautiful, he muttered. The elf gasped lightly as she looked at him. Did he talk? The man folded his arms disinterestedly. I am alive and conscious, so I would hope so. Her eyes practically shone as she hopped up and down, her globes bouncing with her. Wow, I've never seen a summon that can talk. I really must be amazing. The Pantherian argued, I'm the one who handled the actual process. You just powered it. Summoned, he thought to himself, flexing his hand in consideration. But you couldn't have done it without me. Anyone with sufficient mana would have worked. You just so happened to know the way to the tower. That would explain why I have been reborn in my full body instead of that of a newborn, he theorized, attempting to ignore the two's bickering. See, you needed me. No, I did not. Did too. Did not. Did too. Did not. He finally had enough and sighed before addressing them. I'm trying to think, your bickering is unhelpful. You both summoned me, so you both needed each other. Now stop arguing and make up. Right now. The two looked at him before flinching as light began swirling and gathering near their chests. The Pantherian clutched her chest in pain as the light shone brighter and brighter. What the? The elf stumbled back as she tugged at her blouse, a symbol slowly appearing just above her cleavage. Ow, why is it getting so hot? Quote. The man raised an eyebrow before the light finally died down and the two now had ornate, ring-shaped symbols emblazoned below their collarbones in dark red. E2 then began moving in a shaky manner, as if fighting their own bodies, their hands clasping in an uncomfortable handshake, as equally forced smiles twitched on their faces. As soon as the feeling subsided, the two stepped apart in sudden, abrupt motions. What is this? The elf exclaimed. No, why is the crest on us? The Pantherian shouted as she looked at the symbol tattooed on her. The raven-eyed man nodded in understanding as he gathered the situation. I'm supposing you had some kind of enslavement crest intended for me as your summon. It would seem that it backfired. The elf then realized what it was. Wait, why is the seal on me? You mean us? The cat-eared girl snapped. We've both got it. Sighing, the man interjected, I just said it backfired on you. Tell me what you saw when you summoned me. Quote. Smoke. Nothing but smoke, the petite girl answered. The black-clad man sent a stern glare at her. Quiet, I was asking the Myrrh. Your eyes can't see what hers can, feline. She winced back, feeling an instinctual fear of his gaze. Myrrh, shaking her head, she focused on his question. Mana, before splaying her arms out in a gesture of size, making her chest bounce enticingly, lots of mana. I've never seen so much. You can see mana, the Pantherian questioned. All elves can, feline. As well as those with special skills. The girl seemed to final. Lee have enough and snapped back at him slightly. My name is Rem Galu, and I'm a Pantherian. Noted, he answered plainly before looking at the blonde. And you, Shira L. Greenwood, she answered proudly. I assume the Greenwoods are still ones of those that rule over the wood elves. She nodded before waving a hand dismissively. Yeah, but I don't care about any of that. Standing up, He stretched to loosen his muscles and take stock of his body. So, this is almost exactly like my old body, though I can tell it has some limitations. I can probably work those out over time. He then turned back to Shira. Now then tell me, did you see my mana completely cover your bodies? Yeah. Nodding, he finished, that's why your attempted enslavement was reversed. You can force a slave crest on something stronger than you without a conduit. Rem glared at the blonde furiously. I thought I told you to swallow the soul gem. Shira shot back, I'm not going to swallow a rock. It'll give me a belly ache. I told you that once the crest is formed it evaporates. The man's expression soured as he listened to their argument. How new are you two to this awning thing if you think a soul gem works like that? Rem folded her arms and rebuffed, I'm not new at all. My whole tribe are master summoners. And yet you told her to swallow a soul gem to do a magical ritual that deals in souls. If anything went wrong, it would suck her soul out. Shira's face paled as her ears drooped in despair. Suck out my soul. My tribe has done it this way for generations, Rem argued stoutly. I have no doubt, the man remarked. Shira, have you ever done summoning magic before? The girl shrunk back nervously at the question. Well, not really. He nodded in understanding, and such inexperience is obvious. Rem again glared at the elf. You said you were good at this. You asked if I was good at magic. Shira snapped back. No, I asked if you were good at conjuration magic. Enough, he snapped, his voice reverberating through the air in shock waves, filled with magic. The two instantly clammed up out of fear. Good. Conjuration magic and summoning magic are two different fields of magic. Conjuration magic allows you to create or conjure items or magical constructs utilizing magic. Similar to alchemy that uses mana but without needing something in exchange and they will vanish after a while. Summoning is calling a creature or being from anywhere to the point in the world you are summoning them. Rem raised an eyebrow and was about to ask something, only for him to put a hand up, silencing her. I will answer your questions later. Since you summoned me here, and have caused me, and each other no doubt, no small amount of frustration. I would first like to get down from here and figure out where I am before we go any further. Now grab onto me. I don't feel like walking down any stairs and want to take the fast way down. The two asked in confusion. At the bottom of the tower, a rabbit sat on the grass, nibbling on a few blades, but it stood up straight and ran off as it heard voices screaming from above. The man rocked towards the ground at high speed with Rem and Shira gripping onto his arm, screaming in terror before he suddenly decelerated near the ground and landed softly. There, he remarked as Rem still held him tightly, screaming. You can stop screaming now, Rem. Rem stepped away from him abruptly and shouted, Are you insane? I can assure you neither of you were in any danger. Shira briskly ran over to a rock and crouched down, retching. Rem's ears drooped in sympathy. I don't think her stomach got the memo. Walking up to the elf, he patted her back gently. There, my breakfast came back up, Shira grumbled weakly. For once I agree with the boob elf, Rem added. Is that so? He noted. I'll be sure to get you a roast when we reach civilization. She sighed. Denly and swiftly stood up with excitement. Really? He chuckled to himself. She reminds me of Milam. Glancing down at her voluptuous figure he added, though not in every way. Yes, really. And I will get you a tuna. Rem's expression remained placid, but her tail stood up straight with happiness. He just chuckled to himself. Right, so, which way to the nearest piece of civilization? Hold on, Rem interjected. Putting up a hand. We've told you our names. What's yours? Mine. Anos Voldigod, he answered bluntly. He was slightly perplexed when he realized they did not have any major reaction to his proclamation. Are they unaware of who I am? These two might be in more trouble than I thought. They will need all the help they can get. Now with that out of the way, let's get to the nearest city. I'd like to see what has changed while I've been gone. The trio spoke as they walked, Rem and Shira providing basic information to Anos. However, as they did, he was surprised by one piece. Faltra. On the border with Lotrimont. Yes, Rem replied. Faltra is supposed to be part of Lotrimont's territory. Shrugging, Rem added, well it hasn't been for about 300 years. Only a few centuries, That explains it. Explains what? Why I don't remember that being the case. She looked at him incredulously. How would you possibly remember anything from before that? Well, I am over 2,000 years old. The two looked at him in disbelief. He looked at them in mild confusion. What? You were looking to summon a demon lord, were you not? Well, here I am. For real? Shira asked in amazement. Yes, I am Anos Voldigod, the demon king of tyranny from, roughly, 2,000 years before now. The who? Rem asked. The demon king of terror. Shira wondered aloud. Wasn't that the really powerful demon lord from before the gods came down? The gods came down. Yeah, the gods came down from, what did they call it? Tenkai, Rem interjected. Interesting, he noted to himself. Rem continued, 1,000 years ago they descended from Tenkai to mingle with the mortals of this realm and assist in the exploration of the dungeon. He just raised an eyebrow at her answer. The dungeon, not a very original name. Nothing at all like the Great Elro Labyrinth. Now that is original. Oh, so you know about that one but not the dungeon in Orario. Orario. What's that little village got to do with anything? Village. Orario's just a little collection of huts outside Miros. And what is Miros? My labyrinth. What? The name of the labyrinth in my territory, Miros. Never heard of it. And what territory? I think he's talking about Meloroma, Shira mumbled, clearly misremembering the name. Huh, I believe she means Melromark. Anos corrected. Yeah, that, Shira exclaimed. Melromark is your territory. Rem asked suspiciously before chuckling harshly. Then you haven't been doing a very good job. Anos just shrugged half-heartedly. Well, I haven't been here for nearly 2,000 years. I suppose you could say I've been sleeping on the job, he finished with a dramatic pose. The two girls just stared at him blankly. He frowned slightly in disappointment. Fell flat, huh? Right, to simplify it, I've been dead for 2,000 years. How come? Shira questioned. It took me long to build up enough power back to reform. Rem looked at Shira in disappointed surprise. You don't actually believe him, do you? Why shouldn't I? Shira asked innocently. He is certainly powerful, I can admit that, she noted. Looking at him, but there's no way he's the demon king of tyranny. Why? Both Anos and Shira questioned. For one, Anos Voldigod isn't the name of the demon king. For two, the demon king of tyranny was the ultimate, most powerful, and most evil demon to ever exist. Anos shrugged with a hand on his chin, smirking. I prefer maliciously selfish rather than evil. She just stared at him. Still don't believe me. He shrugged, not interested in pushing the issue any further. So, I assume you two have somewhere you're staying. Yep, Shira chirped. And in at Faltra. We were planning on returning to Orario from there. Then let's go there. I will see if I can find someone to send some missives to Ariel and Grima there. Shira's face went white as he spoke. Gee, Grima. As in, the dragon god. Anos just nodded plainly as he continued walking. Yeah, Grima will love to know I am back. Probably even bring Milam into the DLC meeting. Rem's angry disbelief was beginning to build. You being the demon king is one thing, now you're acting like you know the god of creation and the destroyer on a personal level. Why wouldn't I? Milam's my daughter after all. You're what? There's only so many fibs I'm willing to buy. What fibs? I can believe that you're a demon lord, it's what we tried to summon. But all this nonsense about you being the demon king, knowing the dragon god and the destroyer on a personal level, and that you're demon lord Milam's father. Indeed, it's all true. Whether you believe me or not doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter to you either. Her annoyed rage subsided quickly into confusion. You summoned me for a purpose, did you not? So whether I am who I say I am or not is irrelevant as long as I can get the job done, correct? Rem did not argue the point but did not say he was wrong either. Now, let's get going to Faltra. I'm interested to see how much it has grown since I was last here. Right. As they neared the city, Anos took notice of a large bridge made of stone extending over a seemingly endless river, with a massive stone gateway at the end. Well, that's new. Rem explained, Bridge Fort Ulug. It spans the ravine between the outer and inner territories of Faltra, and acts as a checkpoint for anyone looking to cross the border with law treatment. Interesting. A queen Taratect would walk right through it though. A what? Shira questioned. Giant carnivorous spider. Eek. She shrieked. huddling close behind Anos. Where? Cute, he remarked, patting her head gently. And don't worry, you're a Bosmer. Rem just looked at him mildly confused. And what's that got to do with anything? Tarateks hate high elves. She just looked at him even more incredulously. I didn't know spiders could hold opinions. Then clearly you never met Ariel. Who? But before he could answer, they neared the gate and one of the guards at the top noticed them, shouting down. You there. State your business. Anos just shrugged. I'll tell you later. I suppose we need to deal with them first. Rem walked to the head of the group and spoke to one of the guards. We're just passing through on our way back to Faltra. The guard took a moment before recognizing Rem. Oh, Lady Rem, I didn't realize it was you. Anos raised a curious eyebrow. Lady Rem. Her face turned a light pink at the remark. Forget about it. The guard then turned his attention to Anos. So, who is this suspicious individual? Anos Voldigod, he introduced proudly. The man. Just stared at him for a moment before looking at Rem. So, who is he? Anos raised an eyebrow at that. Is it not just these two who don't know my name? Single quote. Well, Rem stammered, trying to figure out how to explain the situation properly. He's the demon lord Rem and me summoned. Shira blurted out without thinking. And I made them my servants because of their screw-up, Anos added. He guard just stared in silent disbelief for a few seconds. Crap, Rem lamented. After an annoyed sigh, the guard remarked, look, I'm not sure what weird little games you three are playing, but if Lady Rem is involved, I guess it can't be too dangerous. Turning around, he shouted up to the soldiers atop the fort. Open the gate. Anos raised an eyebrow in mild confusion, though Rem urged them on, blushing in embarrassment. Let's just go. How can you be this stupid? Rem screamed after the trio had gotten some distance from the fort. Shira lurched back at the volume of the girl's voice. What? I'm not stupid. You announced to those guards that we're traveling with a demon lord. Anos interjected. And you think he would try to stop us because of that? He would work faster to ensure said demon lord doesn't just wipe the gate off the map. Rem frowned slightly in further annoyance. Demon lords are the enemy of all living things except other demons. Anos corrected, demon lords aren't all demons. Some are fairies, some are dragons, some are even human. Rem grumbled. Whoa, that's cool. Shira exclaimed. I know you demons lie, but please try to keep it belly. Evable, Shira giggled in amusement and prodded. Nah, you're just dumb. I don't need someone as dumb as you telling me that. Rem snapped back. I am not dumb. Stop arguing, now, or no roast or tuna, Anos snapped, putting some mana in his voice, causing the two to swiftly quiet down. Good. Now lead the way to the inn in the city. Right, Rem stammered in slight disbelief. The city's quite a bit larger than I remember. Anos commented as they walked through the large city walls and into the city. As he did, he noticed that very few humans or demons were present around them. And a good abundance of boomans here too. Rem noted, the edge of the border is really the only place it's safe for many of them to gather. And why is that? Because in Melromark, slavery is legal on those who are not humans or demons. He frowned in annoyed confusion. Since when? Since the war with Siltveld. And when have they ever been at war? Melromark wages war pretty much all the time. Though most often it's with Siltveld or slain. And who is that? Who is who? Slayed. That's not a nation that existed before. The slain theocracy. Their entire system of government is focused around their religion. He just sighed in disappointment. That never works out well. Anything else, Rem? Well, before we do anything else we should get back to the inn. Sure, maybe we'll find someone to deliver those messages I need to send to some people. Rem began to ask before stopping herself. Never mind, I don't want to know. Very well. So which way is this inn? It's just around the corner here. The group soon approached the building in question, nestled between a few of the other houses and far out of the way, with a sign that read, Peace of Mind. However, as they approached, a familiar scent caught Anos' nose. Are you certain this is an inn and not a brothel? It certainly smells like one. Rem glanced aside with a light blush of embarrassment. Quote, it's the most inconspicuous one I could afford. Ah, so it is. As they walked in, they were greeted by the receptionist, another Pantherian, a girl with short brown hair tied in pigtails with amber eyes. A pair of cat ears and a feline tail poking out under her maid-like uniform, though unlike Rem's, they were a spotted, leopard-like pattern rather than matching her hair. With a cutesy pose of her hands, the girl greeted, "I'm May, the idol of peace of mind in NYA." Anos looked her over for a few seconds. 7 out of 10. NYA. She just stared at him in mild confusion before seeing Rem. "Ah, Rem, NYA. Was your summoning successful?" The petite Pantherian chuckled weakly at the question. "It was, well, the summoning itself was. Never mind that. I need to rent an additional room." NYA. Blinking for a moment, May looked at Anos then back to Rem. "Is it for that handsome gentleman behind you, NYA? We can't share one?" Anos asked curiously. Hey, Shira exclaimed. May then took notice of the elf. "Shira. NYA. Need another mu key, NYA." Her face a bright, almost glowing red, Shira declared, I want to add another person to my room." "I will gladly accept," Anos remarked. "Hold it. That is not happening," Rem shouted. "Why is that, Rem?" Basically ignoring Anos' question, Rem told Shira, "He'll be staying in a room separate from either of us. As his summon, it's only right that I pay for his room. You can go be poor somewhere else." Raising an eyebrow, Anos noted, "The standard wealth the last I checked the Greenwood royal family had was 6 million in gold." Shira flinched at that declaration, though Rem was just confused. "Royal? What are you talking about?" Shira laughed uncomfortably and stammered. "Why, yeah, I'm just me, not some royal running away from home." Rem was now more confused than before, but decided it was not important. Whatever. I'm the one who summoned him, so I decide how it goes." Shira vehemently argued, "No, I'm his summoner. And the summoner should always be with the summon." The cat's eyebrow twitched at the argument. "No, someone as amazing as Anos should be with someone equally amazing. And that'd be me, not you. So I will prepare, no. He will stay in my room." May's pleasant smile began to falter weakly as the ruckus continued. "Enough of your bickering," Anos demanded, though the two seemed not to hear him. "Right, so a room for 3 in our extra-large room." May's attempt to defuse the situation did not work. "What? No. That's kind of a problem. Why should I share the same room as Rem?" Rem nodded in fervent agreement. "Agreed. Staying in the same room as this dumb elf is highly unappealing to me." "Enough," Anos commanded coldly, his voice reverberating through the air, seeming to stop even the bugs cold in their tracks. Looking around, he realized that everyone in the room, not just Rem and Shira, had gone quiet and stopped moving. Oh, guess I put a bit too much mana in my voice. Sorry about that. I have only been alive again for a few hours. Takes time to reacquaint myself with things." May, her body and voice both trembling uncontrollably, begged, NYA. "Mr. C, can I move me out please, NYA?" Quote, "Of course, leopard girl. Release." Everyone present loosened up and breathed a sigh of relief. "You did that with your voice?" Shira exclaimed in awe. "Amazing. Honestly didn't mean to. I was trying to get you two to stop bickering, but I added too much mana." Rem lowered her gaze, her ears drooping in shame. "Right, so one room for all of you." The girls began to speak up. Only for Anos to cough lightly, interrupting them. "Yes," they both agreed weakly. "Thought as much," he noted. "Good," May remarked, handing Anos the key. "Do try to keep it down at night, NYA. That's a special request from the idol of the inn." Smirking, he retorted, "I make no promises, kitty cat. After all, girls get very loud during a night with me." The duo turned bright red, May also catching on. Meow. The trio arrived in the room at the top of the inn, Anos looking around the room. "One room, good to see." He looked around further to examine it. "For an extra-large suite, this is rather barren. One bed, no glass in the windows, a small wardrobe, and a pitiful table. Even brothels used to be better than this. Meaning this is a very run-down brothel." Rem and Shira stood on either side of the bed glaring at each other. Rem grumbled, "How did I end up sharing a room with you? It would have been fine with just me, no, with just the two of us, maybe." No, we definitely would have been fine together. Shira snapped back, that's my line. If you hadn't said those things about being Anno's summoner, then I would have already finished my adventurer's registration by now. I don't breed minors, Annos noted. I'm not a kid. She shot back, her cheeks flushing bright red. You're 14 from what I can smell. Shira grinned confidently, only for Rem to snap back. And how does a tramp of an elf who is not even registered as an adventurer, such as yourself, even plan to pay the inn fee? Sleeping outside would suit you better. Shira winced, Annos adding. And this just proves to me you're a child. Shira then argued, I can't even imagine life without a bed. For money, well, I was gonna start saving up, or, I have to save up, or else that would be bad. Rem sent a cold stare at her as she realized something. You didn't come here without enough money to pay for the inn, did you? Shira winced and began sweating nervously. I have it. Yeah, I have it. I feel like I have it. I still have some pretty looking stuff I took from the treasure room. It's fine. I'll start saving up. I'm gonna start saving up with Annos. Rem hissed. I thought I told you not to use the demon lord I summoned however you pleased. Enough. Annos barked, causing the duo to immediately cease their arguing, partly from his magic and partly out of fear. I have had enough of your squabbling. I normally enjoy catfights, but I'm not in the mood. Now before you continue your squabbling, I'd like to know a little more about the two who summoned me. And not just your names. The two watched him cautiously as he sat down on the bed. The reason you each summoned me, for example. Rem, you first. She stared at him uncomfortably. Shifting where she stood, he relented with a sigh. Fine. Something simple then. How about how many summons you have? 7. Shadow Snake, Aslau, Stone Man, Iron Gorilla, Rock Wand, Dragonfly, and Saber Tiger. Wait, you already have 7. Then I should get Annos just because. Silence, he snapped, stopping the argument before it started, before turning his attention back to Rem. And that's it. Nothing major like a Taratect. The girl seemed to recoil at the notion. I haven't tried summoning one. So you went from simple beasts and golems to a demon lord. You're lucky you didn't get someone like Ariel. She might have just eaten you. Grima wouldn't because feline hair makes her hack the meal back up. Rem was clearly not reassured by that sentiment. Shira interjected this time with her own information. Oh, I wanna be a summoner adventurer too. I'm pretty good with a bow, but I wanna be a summoner most. Annos nodded in understanding. Good to hear. Next time though, be sure to study what you're doing thoroughly first. And good on you for not swallowing that soul gem she tried to force you to eat. Shira smirked confidently, though Rem argued, it's work. Without any issues in my clan for almost 1,000 years. Luck can run for a long time. Not to mention a black soul gem could have easily sucked out her soul instead. Rem looked at him in confusion and worry. A what? A black soul gem. I assume you know the difference. She nodded before answering. Yes, it is a forbidden item that dark mages and necromancers use to steal the souls of humans and boomans. Wrong. He corrected harshly. It's used to suck out black souls. She just looked at him, further confused. Annos frowned in disappointment. I see that you know far less than I had expected. Disappointing. So very disappointing. There's time to learn. Now, I'd like you to tell me what your goals were with summoning me. Rem furrowed her brow in thought for a moment. Would it be all right to consider this as your way of treating one of us as your summoner? Shira's eyes lit up with excitement. What, really? You're gonna be a summon for us? Annos folded his arms with a curt nod. Depending on your true power and your ways of thinking, I would be willing to lend you to my assistance. Both of you, not just one. If you can't do that, I will help neither of you. Rem's mouth opened and closed several times. Her eyes darting around the room before she finally relented with a deep sigh. Okay, fine. I will introduce myself again. My name is Rem Galu. The reason why I became an adventurer was because I had a need to continually demonstrate my own strength. He raised an eyebrow with intrigue at that explanation. You had to keep showing your strength. It's a personal reason, she answered slowly, sending a look of discomfort towards Shira. He nodded in understanding. I understand, we can discuss the details later. Continue. Nodding, she continued. Anyways, I have to become stronger as an adventurer. My ultimate goal is to defeat the demon lord Krebskulm and completely destroy his soul. That caught him off guard. Why would you want to destroy her? Why wouldn't I, her? Rem questioned, her brain stopping suddenly. Yes, her. I see. Shira spoke up and argued, hey, if you've already got 7 summons, I should get Anos. Rem just looked at her, annoyed. You truly are an idiot, aren't you? You only said 1 sentence, but managed to get 2 things wrong. Number 1, it's been said 1,000 times, but Anos is not a summon. And number 2, summons are not things that can be transferred to another person. She pouted in frustration. But I'm the one who called Anos. She then looked at Anos, her eyes sparkling. You think so too, right? Anos narrowed his eyes in annoyance. If you make me say it again, I'm abandoning you both. And then you'd both be lost to whatever fates you were doomed to have. They stared at him silently before relenting their argument. Your turn, he urged, looking at Shira. My name is Shira L. Greenwood. I may have the same last name as the Elven royal family, but that doesn't matter, okay? Rem glanced at her, irritated. If it doesn't matter, then do not bother with saying it in the first place. She stiffened as if that never occurred to her. Oh, that's right. That's why I decided not to go around saying it out loud. Can we just keep going on while pretending I didn't say it? If that's what you want, Anos replied. Anyways, on that note, the reason I thought I would become an adventurer is because I'm almost out of money, and because of the people coming after me, and for other, various reasons, I thought it would be good for me to be with someone strong. Also, it's lonely traveling by myself, also, I seem to have a talent for summoning. Go figure. Are you sure it is summoning and not conjuration? Yes. Hey, I know you want to help us both. But you'll be my summon when it's all done, right? She asked as she leaned forward to look at him closer, unwitting pushing her mounds together, accentuating them further. Cheater, Rem hissed before Anos could say anything. What do you mean, Rem? Shira shouted back. I didn't say anything wrong. Rem recoiled at her words. I don't want a high-fat elf with useless sacks of meat like you saying my name so casually. Wah. Well, I don't like you calling me a high-fat elf. I have a name, you know. I'll just call you high-fat elf from now on. What? She shrieked. Anos just sighed as he scratched his head. These two are worse than Ariel and Grima. At that moment there was a knock on the door to their room. And that's probably the receptionist to complain about you too. It's open, leopard girl, he hollered out. Pardon the intrusion. A far more mature and elegant voice than he expected rang out from the other side of the door. He raw. ISED an eyebrow as the door opened and 3 figures walked in. 2 of them were men in black robes holding long wooden staffs, their faces hidden. At the front of the trio, and the apparent leader, was a woman with long, wavy lavender hair and chestnut brown eyes wearing a form-fitting, elaborate, bright blue gown with a dark violet cloak over her shoulders, who also held a staff in her grip. Anyo looked the woman up and down in thought before nodding to himself with a smirk. Niece. 8 out of 10 this brothel has. Excuse me, she asked with mild confusion, though she did not seem overly insulted by the remark. Rem just looked at Anos with mild annoyance. Ignoring the remark, the woman turned her attention to the cat-eared girl. Good day, everyone, so you really are sharing a room, Rem. I'm so happy to know that you've made some friends. Rem's expression soured slightly. They are not my friends. One is someone I summoned, and the other is some kind of an extra. Please pay it no mind. Since its clothes are green. Just think of it like mold you would find stuck on a wall. Isn't that too mean? Shira shouted. The violet-haired woman found the interaction more amusing than anything. You foo-foo, this is our first time meeting each other, right? My name is Celestine Baudelaire. But call me Celes, okay? I came here today because I had some business with Rem, but I would love to hear about you two as well. Anos nodded in acceptance. I suppose we can spare some time to deal with you. Anos, Rem exclaimed, worried by his brash remark. Anos noticed the mage's eyes widen at Rem's words, but decided not to bring it up. What? Don't worry, Rem, I am sure when you level up and grow up you will be as sexy as Celes and Shira. Stammering and embarrassed, Rem tried to explain. Shish, she's not one of the inn's workers. After the long pause, something seemed to finally click in Shira's mind as she spoke up. What? You mean the Celestine from the Mages Association? The Lady Celestine Baudelaire. Celestine nodded with a smile. Yes. Thanks to a string of coincidences, I am currently acting as the head of the Mages Association of Faltra. Anos just shrugged blandly. Never heard of you Celes. Though I'm guessing this Mages Association is vaguely important. Oh, I know, she said loudly while she clapped her hands as an idea came to her. Would everyone care to go get some dinner together? It seems like you all have some complicated circumstances, after all. He nodded in return. Sure, I promised Rem and Shira a tuna and roast. Celestine nodded happily when she took note of the enslavement crests adorning Rem and Shira's chests. It seems like those circumstances are a little more complicated than I thought. We may be able to find a way to sort that all out as well. So let's get going, she added with a smile as she spun on her heel. Shira giggled happily as she imagined the meal she was waiting for. Food, real food tilde. Tasty meat at that, so good. After they sat down, Anos finally took notice of the two men in robes with Celestine. Who's the cannon fodder? He wondered aloud, before noticing one of the men, a tall, wiry man with sunken features. Glaring pure hate at him. She smiled weakly in apology. I'm sorry, but because of my position I can't just go out by myself. He nodded in understanding. Being top class can be a burden, can't it, Celes? The wiry man suddenly exploded with anger. Watch your mouth, filthy demon. You don't get to talk so formally with her. Anos responded with curiosity more than anything. I believe the flea is attempting to speak, Celes. Celestine looked towards the agitated man and warned, Gallic, calm down. He means no harm with it. His being in your presence is harmful, the man hissed. This one is going to be a pain later, Anos noted to himself. I'm surprised they've taught fleas to speak. Why you, Gallic? Celestine shouted, seeming more afraid than angry. But Master Baudelaire. He attempted to argue, but she cut him off. If he tries to attack you can take action then, otherwise I need you to remain silent. After a few moments the man went silent but maintained his intense scowl at Anos. So what do you want to talk about, Celes? Again he hissed at Anos but made no further action. Nodding with a smile, Celestine urged, before we start talking, let's eat first. I'll be taking care of everything, so please eat as much as you'd like, okay? We can. Really? Shira asked in shock. Celestine smiled warmly. Of course, help yourself to whatever you'd like. Shira threw her arms up with a cheer, making her bust shift and swing in her top. Woohoo! Anos watched them with interest before sighing lightly to himself. I'll need to wait on getting mer milk. Celestine, mildly confused at his remark, tilted her head before deciding to ignore it as she smiled. I see. Well, go ahead and order whatever you like. Rem stared in disbelief at the proverbial mountain of plates and dishes stacked in front of Shira. If you eat all that without any veggies you're going to get fat. Taking a minor glance at the elf's assets, she corrected herself. Fatter. Shira seemed to just ignore her thinly veiled insults, Anos adding, wood elves don't eat vegetables. They eat strictly meat and fruit. And vegetables are different somehow. He nodded plainly. It is. It has something to do with their deity. I never truly understood her standards, but her opinions aren't what I cared about. I only really cared about her tits and ass. Rem gave him a blank stare. We could guess that without you needing to spell it out. Gallic just growled impotently as the conversation continued. Turning her attention to Celestine, Rem's ears drooped in frustration as she asked, so, Miss Celes, is this going to be about that? Again, Celestine reached out and put her hand on Rem's gently. Rem, I'm just thinking that it would be great if I could help you, you know. You must have gone through many hardships, and you may not trust me, but I want you to know at least that part is true. Rem furrowed her brow in thought. I do not like going to the association headquarters. And I do not like having guards follow me around, either. Celestine frowned slightly in dismay. But it's been pretty rough out there lately. There's been reports of the Fallen having deceived people and making it through the barrier in other towns. If you were a member of the Mages Association, I can't imagine a town being taken advantage of by the Fallen would be enough to cause you trouble. Thank you for your concern, but I am capable of protecting myself on my own. The beautiful woman's expression sunk even further. Do you hate me, I wonder? Confused, Anos finally spoke up about something he noticed that caught his attention. What do disgraced angels have to do about this? Pardon, you said fallen angels have been causing trouble. You don't know anything, do you? Gallic snarled. Anos just shrugged, nonplussed. Well, I have been out of commission for 2,000 years, so I suppose I'm not accustomed to modern terminology. Oh, wait, I think I learned flee just now. How disappointing. Gallic growled, upset Anos didn't take the provocation. Seeing that he was going for his wand, Celestine gave him one last threat. If you make any further moves, I'll have you wait outside. Gallic. The man stowed his weapon, his rage continuing to boil. Moving on, she redirected, looking back at the black-haired catgirl, Rem. Sighing, R.M. decided to answer as fully as she safely could at that time. I have said it before, but I have never doubted your character. However, I do not know how to rely on people. I have always managed through life on my own. And I plan to keep pushing forward using my own power. Using that power, I will destroy the demon lord Krebskull. Celestine decided to try a different tactic. The mage is a sock. Iation may be able to help you do something about that seal. Anos intervened on this topic. It's their punishment for trying to summon something they can't control and doing so without the proper safety measures as well. Rem didn't even think to get a hold of a black soul gem before doing it either. Celestine tilted her head in genuine confusion. A black soul gem, why would she need that for summoning? Anos was beginning to worry for this era. You do know the difference between white and black souls, right? She nodded firmly. I do. And black souls are only captured by dark mages. Folding his arms, he added. Or if you're trying to summon something with intelligence, you'll want a black soul gem to bind it to. Otherwise, the situation could get bad. These two are lucky I just need underlings. And that Shira is sexy and Rem has the potential to become sexy. After a few moments of pensive silence, Celestine nodded to herself, as if readying her for something. Please, I beg you, is there any way you could bring yourself to release Rem? She's a very important person for this world. Of course, I promise to compensate you appropriately for doing so. Anos put a hand on his chin. Nd hummed curiously as he looked the mage up and down. Despite wearing a full-length robe, it clung tightly enough for curve and angle of her body, from her lush round hips, to her full, bulging bust. A smirk slowly crossed his face as he looked at her. You son of a. Gallic howled, only for Celestine to hurriedly motion her staff towards him. Silence, she commanded, resulting in Galluc's voice disappearing into silence. Sighing deeply, she looked at Anos with her face turning red from a combination of embarrassment and shame. If that is what it takes, then I will accept. Anos threw back a hearty laugh. I'm not so depraved as to force it out of someone that way. No, I think I'll keep Rem like this for a while. She interests me, so I want to see what she can become. So, I apologize, but I won't be doing that. Not even if you offered yourself in eternal servitude in exchange for Rem's release. I see, she responded, with a mixture of embarrassment, worry, and mild irritation. However, at this time, both Rem and the Bosmer belong to me, and I protect my possessions. I see. I suppose that's all I can hope for at the moment, she moaned in defeat. You should, since you know my name. Galluc's face was practically glowing red with fury as he shouted and hollered, though no words reached beyond his own ears. I do, Celestine remarked as she stood up. It looks like going. Any further would only cause trouble for you. I'm sorry everyone, even though you must be exhausted. Rem looked up at her in wanting and spoke. Miss Celes, I may have seemed scornful after refusing to go to the association and rejecting the guards. But, could I still ask you, to please look into a way to remove these seals? Celestine responded with a warm smile. Of course. All I want to do is protect you. No need. Anos interjected, removing them will be simple when I choose to do so. So there is no need for you to bother looking into root magic Celes, he added, put emphasis on his last few words. I see. Celestine answered, understanding his intent. Very well, I'll take my leave then. Rem bowed her head slightly, worried and guilty. I'm sorry. Celestine's smile just became more comforting. Don't worry about it, but if you ever change your mind, you can always rely on me, okay? The Mages Association has a duty to the world to protect you, and you're like a little sister to me. Anos watched as Celestine and her guards left the room before looking at Rem. So you have a sexy big sister, Rem. Why, yes, I suppose, Rem answered, uncertain how to respond to that. Turning his attention to the Pantherian, he urged, now, how about you tell me why you really summoned me? And why you're so important to Celeste? And what is this about and why fallen angels might be after you? Shaking her head, Rem explained, she's not talking about fallen angels. Fallen are monstrous creatures that hunt and hurt people. I suppose the best way to describe them is feral demons. Raising an eyebrow, Anos returned. So tribal demons that don't live amongst the normal populace. Rem tilted her head in confusion. I guess. Most people, even other demons, consider them more like monsters than actual demons. So they're a mixed race species then. Sighing as he leaned back in his seat, he folded his arms. And here I was hoping such things wouldn't still be considered a problem all these centuries later. How annoying. Rem's ears drooped slightly in confusion and concern. Anos, are you really the Demon King of Terror? I am. What made you change your tune? Miss Celes. I saw how she reacted when you said your name. And if she reacted that way you must be extremely powerful. And how come you doubted me before? Because Anos Voldigod isn't what the Demon King of Terror was called. That distinctly caught his attention. Oh, it's Avos Dilhevia, Rem answered. Who? He questioned, genuinely confused. That's the name of the Demon King in the history books, Shira replied. Her voice muffled from her mouth stuffed with food. Anos put a hand on his chin in thought. Interesting. I'll need to look into this and ask Ariel and Grima if they know what is going on too. Now, it's your turn. What makes you so important? Rem's expression soured as she sent an unsure glance at Shira. Understood. In a swift motion, he stood up and grabbed Rem, throwing her over his shoulder like a sack of wheat. Hey, she exclaimed as he did. If you can't say it in public, then I'll make you say it privately. Looking at Shira, he noted, Shira, you can order desserts if you want any. Yahoo! She cheered, throwing her arms in the air, causing her orbs to bounce around in her top. Don't just sit there, you high fat elf. Rem shouted as Anos carried her away. But, I need to finish my food, Shira lamented weakly. Damn you. Anos quickly made his way up to the room the three of them shared, with Rem still over his shoulder, and tossed her onto the bed. He then walked over to the door and placed a finger on it, causing a pulse of light to shimmer around the room. There. Now we're alone and no one else can hear us. Rem recoiled away, pulling her legs close, and looking at him with fright. What are you going to do me? He just shrugged in response. Provided you answer my questions truthfully, nothing. So do so or you're gonna have a bad time. Raising a finger with a smirk, he added, I know how to alter roots after all. Wincing, her face paled in fear. So, my first question. Why do you want to kill Clem? Clem, she asked, bewildered. Krebskull. She put a hand over her stomach as her expression fell with trepidation and anxiety. If I tell you, then you'll just leave me too. Depends on why you want to kill the weakest great demon lord. Her expression softened slightly, but the uncertainty remained. Besides, I know you heard me. You, and the Myrrh, both belong to me. I take care of my possessions. If something could damage them, I remove it. She stared at him with a mixture of uncertainty and hope. Do you mean it? He smirked and put a hand on her head gently. Of course. I am the demon lord of Tyron. NY and everything that is mine I protect. Sitting down opposite her, he insisted, so tell me. Why have you summoned me, and what does it have to do with Krebskull? Looking down, she put her hand over her abdomen. Inside of my body, is sealed the soul of the demon lord, Krebskull. That caught his attention. And why exactly did she let that happen? Rem looked at him in genuine disbelief. She sat quietly waiting for him to say more, but his expression remained unchanged. What? Is that all? Doesn't that repulse you? Doesn't that make you afraid? Are you not going to hate me? Anos could only laugh at that. Repulsive. Why would I be repulsed by my second cutest general? She stared at him, her total confusion deepening as she looked at him, tilting her head curiously. Anos smiled and began gently scratching the back of her ear to comfort her. It didn't take long for her to start purring before she realized what she was doing and pulled away, turning her head to hide her flushed cheeks. He let out a small chuckle of amusement. It's okay to relax and purr, Rem. She looked at him in surprise at hearing him say her name. After a moment, letting the mood settle, she asked the question that was on her mind. What do you mean, General? Exactly as I said. Krebskulm was one of my followers back when I ruled as the Demon King. What I'm curious about is how she ended up inside you. Krebskulm's soul was passed to me when my mother passed away. He nodded in understanding. So the seal of her soul is hereditary. Meaning if you die without first having a daughter, Clem will be released, correct? Quote. She nodded slowly. And I take it Celeste wants to avoid that. Again, she nodded. And if the tribal demons get a hold of you, it's feared they will release her as well, correct? Yeah. Anos sighed as he folded his arms. Meaning they want her for some reason. A leader maybe. If so, why not align with another demon lord or even seek the aid of Ariel and Grima? The fallen are rejected by everyone. They're nothing more than violent beasts. Then they'd be right at home under Ariel's control. There's likely something else going on. Well, I'll sort that out later. So, any idea how long Clem has been sealed in your family? Rem shook her head in denial. At least 1,000 years or so. Maybe longer. Anos nodded in understanding. So after the spell fell. I will need to investigate this matter. That said, the way forward is clear. Really? She asked, surprised and hopeful. Yes. There's no reason for Clem to be sealed inside you, as it causes problems for you both. So when I have everything in place, I'll release her. Rem stared at him incredulously for an extended silence before shouting in disbelief, "Whaat? What? You're going to let her out? Why?" Shrugging, he answered, because there's no reason for her to be sealed up. I imagine it was originally done because of her rampaging boredom, which I will deal with myself. She looked at him suspiciously. You make it sound so easy. Smirking confidently, he retorted, do you really think controlling the tantrums of a demon lord will be a problem for me? She stared at him still suspicious before softening her expression with a small smile. Satisfied, he stood up and stretched a little. Now, come on. Let's go get you a milkshake, Rem. She blinked a couple times as her tail swished behind her. Milkshake. He raised an eyebrow in mild disappointment. They don't have those anymore. A pity. I'll make one. He then put a hand on the door, which caused the shimmering light to recede back to its center and vanish. Now let's go. I'll need to find things to make ice cream and milk to make that treat for you, Rem. Right, she answered as she lowered her head and began trembling softly. Anos was about to open the door when he heard quiet sobbing and turned around to see Rem crying slowly. Something in your eye? He questioned, walking up to her. Wiping the tears. She looked up at him with a smile, her tears still falling. No, this is the first time someone hasn't abandoned me because of this. A warm smile forming on his face, he gently pat her head. Well, now you never will be alone again. For I never throw away what is mine. Her smile widened as the tears continued falling. Anos sat next to her as she continued sobbing, never leaving her side. Eventually she just cried herself to sleep. Looking over her as he began to leave the room, he noted, she's much cuter when she's not on edge all the time. Now, to see how the Bosmer is doing. And maybe take a walk around to get accustomed with the city. Closing the door behind him, he made his way back to the dining room downstairs where he saw Shira now surrounded by a vast number of empty plates. Enjoy your meal. She nodded repeatedly with exhausted satisfaction. So yummy. Good. Now head upstairs and get to bed. And don't wake Rem. Okay. She cheered with a yawn before making her way back to their shared room. Anos walked around the quiet night streets alone, looking around. Now, where can I find a courier? As he rounded a corner, he felt something hit his boot. And looked down to see an empty bottle of alcohol, accompanied by the sound of several drunken voices. Turning to the source, he saw at least 15 people, all dressed in the dark robes of the Mages Association, clambering about. Completely wasted, he confirmed that is who they were when he saw Gallic at the head of the group. Ah, that fly. How boring. Turning to leave, he stopped when he heard said nuisance shout. Oi, you damned demon. Gallic slurred out loudly, stumbling just to stand up. Sighing, Anos just continued walking, hoping the group would lose track in their drunken stupor. Hey, so a demon thinks he can just ignore me, huh? You're just a parasite who's living here thanks to our and Lady Cell's kindness. I believe you just described yourself there, Fly. And I see you can speak once again. A pity, really. You were much more tolerable as a mute. The man spit indignantly. You really don't have any manners at all, do you, demon? My name is Gallic. Don't care. Now get lost or entertain me, flee. The man's temper was quickly rising from Anos' behavior. You've got some nerve, calling me, who serves directly under the head of the Mages Association, a flea. Isn't that right, guys? Predictably, his words were met with a chorus of cheers and agreements from the drunken crowd around him. Anos, his face still placid indifference, urged, are you going to do anything, flea? Or just let the rest of circus stroke you off? Galuk's annoyance began to shift to full anger as Anos continued to remain unfazed. HMPH. Say that while you still can. Ever since I first saw you, I never liked you. Not your attitude toward Lady Celes. And not your attitude toward Lady Rem, either. Everything you do lacks respect. Folding his arms, Anos chided, if you're going to be noisy, go do it somewhere away from me. I will not lend an ear to the nonsense spouted from some small fry. The man's wiry frame began to tremble with rage. You, I won't let you get away with this. Hey, hee, which swiftly turned to manic laughter. And how do you plan to accomplish that, flea? Gallic seemed to just ignore his question as his cackling continued. Yeah, that's right. You'll regret what you said to me, no, what you've said to us. Anos folded his arms, unimpressed. 15 fleas are still just fleas. And they are so easy to squish the guts out of between one's fingernails. Gallic just kept smirking proudly. Hey, after this, you'll be begging me to spare your life. Behold. He then pulled a large, opaque crystal from his robe and showed it off. A soul gem, Anos remarked in thought before looking at it. With a soul inside it would seem. In just a weak salamander. How disappointing. That's right. Wait, weak. Galuk's boasting was cut short in surprise. Another of the mages in the group tried to talk Gallic down from this action. Gee, Gallic, wait. You can't use that in the city. Shut up, you. He hissed before looking back at Anos. You think this is weak? He threw the crystal down on the ground, which exploded in a shower of light and sparks. As the light died down, Anos saw the massive, several meter long, dark red reptile. With flames flickering at various points on its body. This is a level 30 salamander. Anos raised an eyebrow as he listened to the wiry man's boasts. Level 30. And what is that supposed to mean? Gallic snarled in frustration before journeying confidently. Humph. You act so high and mighty, and you don't even know how levels work. No, because in my day we didn't judge strength that way. We judged it by showing what you could do, not some arbitrary number. Alright, then judge this. Salamander, attack. The salamander took a deep breath before exhaling a large gout of flames at Anos. Sighing, he raised right hand, curled his middle finger, and then flicked it forward, sending a bullet of air flying forward that cut through the flames and pierced the salamander's skull, causing it to collapse and return to its crystal. What? Gallic mumbled, bewildered as to what had just happened. Anos' indifference was beginning to shift into annoyance. Did you really think I would then bother playing with such low-level entertainment provided by a flea? How did you? Gallic questioned, sweat beginning to pour down his face as he trembled where he stood. I'm just that much stronger. So, unless you have something better to play with, leave. And for payment on wasting my time, he then proceeded to pick up the summon crystal and formed a pattern over it with his finger, causing it glow gently. This is mine now. Galuk's anger turned into rage as he glared at the man before him. What? That's my summon, you think it will listen to you. However, he winced and stumbled forward as he felt a sharp, sudden pain in his chest that quickly vanished. What was that? Anos bounced the crystal in his hand like a ball as he spoke. It will now that I've severed your connection to its root. So, bring out something stronger or leave. This is your one chance to leave. If you don't, flee, I will squish you like one. Between my fingernails. You son of a. Gallic shouted as he prepared to charge, only for Anos to sigh with mana infused into his breath, sending a powerful gust of wind that sent Gallic and his posse flying against the wall behind them, knocking them unconscious. Annoying. He huffed as he left the crumpled pile of fools and tucked the crystal in his pocket. Now where can I find a place to send those letters? The next morning, R.M. gently woke up and looked over the bed, seeing only Shira next to her. Anos. She mumbled sleepily before sitting up and looking around the room. Finally she saw Anos sitting at the small table writing something. "What are you doing?" she asked, still half asleep and her hair a mess. "Writing letters to Ariel and Grima." Rem Winston stared at him in disbelief. "One of them may try to kill Shira if she thinks she's an Altmer though." "Why? She has a bad history with them, as most do. She'd probably have a Queen Taratect put her colony near the High Elves' capital to keep them under constant threat if she could find it." She muttered, unsure how to respond. "Now, wake up the Bosmer and we'll get some breakfast." She just nodded, still unsure how to take what he said. As the trio sat with their food, Anos looked around at the bar area of the inn, noticing that among the servers and staff he saw Pantherians, Chianthropes, elves, and others, but no humans. For being a city filled with such hostility, I'm surprised this place is mostly staffed by boomans. Sighing, Rem mumbled, "It's probably because this is the only job they could get." He nodded in understanding. Well, prostitution is the oldest profession." "Yeah." Shira, meanwhile, was fully ignorant of their conversation, happily stuffing her face with more food. "So what are your plans for today?" Anos asked the cat-eared girl. "We need to officially register as adventurers." "I see." He decided to answer a question he was wondering since the previous night. "Tell me, do people of your time truly judge your strength with levels?" "It's always been that way." "Why?" "I ran into a bunch of fleas talking about such things last night that wasted my time." He then showed her the summon crystal he took from Gallic. "So I took this from them as payment." "What is it?" she asked as she sipped her tea. The flea claimed it to be a level 30 salamander. "Gah!" Shira shouted as Rem spat her tea at her in shock. What? Is that a big deal?" he questioned. "Yes," she answered sternly, slamming her fist on the table. "My strongest summon, Aslau, is level 40, but all my rest are barely level 20. Anos furrowed his brow in disappointment. How weak the vast majority become. When this weakling is considered strong, even the humans of my time could have taken this thing out. Such a sad state. Are people judged by levels as well?" Rem nodded as she wiped her chin. "Yes. My skills as a summoner are level 40. And how does this skill get appraised? The Mages Association can measure your skill in magic and determine which type of magic suits you best. My skill as a summoner is level 40, but my skill as an elemental mage is only level 15. They didn't have levels when you were around?" Shira asked after wiping her face off. "No. Your strength was judged by your deeds, not by arbitrary numbers assigned to you. Must be something added to the system recently." "System?" both girls asked in mutual confusion. "Nothing you two would understand," he explained. "Are you calling me stupid?" Shira asked, expecting him to be treating her like Rem does. "No," he answered with a gentle pat to her head. "It's just something beyond your comprehension." "Oh, including Rem's." "Right," Rem answered, accepting the situation but displeased. Shira decided to change the subject swiftly. Hey, Anos. You think I'd be strong as a sorcerer, right? You'd probably just be level 10, Rem taunted. "That's not true. I was level 40 back home." Shira argued vehemently. "As what?" Rem asked. Shira began to fidget nervously. Well, an archer, levels are just numbers, Shira," Anos eased. Rem then raised an eyebrow in thought. "Wait, if you already know your level, then aren't you already registered as an adventurer? If you have already done that in a town, then you should not have to do it at another." Shira explained plainly, "I wasn't old enough to be an adventurer then. But they still let me get tested. It was kinda like a chance to test my skills, since I was still a kid." Rem had to resist the urge for her jaw to drop. "You were level 40 as a child. Then I have no doubts about your skill as an archer, but why do you want to be a summoner?" Shira frowned and responded, "Archers are loners, you know. Summoners get all these cute summons, right? Then I wouldn't be lonely. Even if it was in a dark forest in the middle of the night." Nodding, Anos added, not to mention some small summons can serve as a spotter to relay information on enemies to their archer or sniper. An advanced archer, summoner and allow them to kill them before the enemy can even notice. Rem frowned slightly, with Shira exclaiming happily, see. Something wrong, Rem. The cat-eared girl shook her head in denial. No, I just, never thought about it that way. Now you have. Well, after we're done here, we can go to the Adventurers Guild. I'd like to see what people of the modern era are like. Hopefully the ones we meet there are better than what I've encountered so far. Rem nodded apprehensively as Shira pumped her fist with a cheer and bounce of her breasts. Yay, I gotta get registered and start saving up. If Anos is with me I have nothing to worry about. Twitching an eyebrow, Rem noted, ignoring the dumb elf over there, I was also inking that I wanted to take Anos to the Adventurers Guild. I am curious about his level. That probably won't work, noted Anos with a shrug. What do you mean? She asked, surprised and unconvinced. Do you really think a mortal method of finding out someone's strength will work on a great demon lord? She just shrugged. It should. It works on regular demons as well. You really need to learn more about demon lords. She frowned slightly in disappointment. I think I know a lot. You don't, he retorted bluntly. Pretty soon after breakfast, the trio made their way to the Adventurers Guild. It was on the western edge of the city, a tall stone building with an A-framed roof and a large, wooden double door. It's smaller than I expected, Anos remarked in disappointment, looking around. I suppose it's fitting for this place. As they walked inside, the trio were first met with a sight resembling a rowdy bar. Dozens of people sitting at various tables and others standing in the main area. After a few sudden shouts, a bulky dwarf man lunged at male Pantherian. Oh, Rem muttered. This looks entertaining, Anos remarked with a smirk. Shira shrieked and dove behind him as a chair went flying, only for it to vaporize into dust before it hit him. She muttered in awe. Anos frowned as he watched the two tussle on the ground. Their fighting style isn't very fluid. They're more like animals rolling in the dirt. How disappointing. As the fight continued, Shira realized that the other people in the room were paying less attention to it and looking at the three of them. The other people are starting to stare. Let them, Anos remarked, unconcerned. They're not going to gain anything useful. Where do we go from here? He asked Rem. Upstairs, she motioned. So be it. The trio made their way there before a shrill voice called out to them. Halt. Anos hummed in annoyance, turning around to see a young man with short, light brown hair and extravagant blue armor wielding a large sword on his back, two petite women accompanying him. And who exactly are you? Kyuya Mitsurugi, Rem explained. The strongest adventurer in the city besides myself. I find that highly doubtful. Anos retorted bluntly. What's someone as important as Lady Rem doing traveling around with a demon? Kyuya asked, incensed, his two hangers-on echoing his question. And why do you care? I am Kyuya Mitsurugi, the hero reincarnated by the goddess Aqua to protect this world from the demon lords. His two groupies again cheered him on. Anos narrowed his eyes in disgust. You are no hero. I am, Kyuya reasserted, drawing the large dual-bladed sword from its sheath on his back. This blade, Graham, is the weapon I was gifted by the goddess for this mission. No, you are not, Anos reiterated. His irritation growing deeper. You completely lack the aura of one. And going with a demon sword is an utterly poor choice. The man's confident posture faltered slightly as he argued back. It's not a demon sword. Yes it is. I would know, I made it myself. You lying. Kyuya began to accuse before he saw the slave seals engraved on Shira and Rem. You dirty slaver, he exclaimed, readying his blade. See. He motioned to the sword looking static. Its aura isn't even coming out. Demon swords do not truly work to their full potential in the hands of a human. Rem suddenly jumped in front of the group. Kyuya, wait, this is all a misunderstanding. There's no misunderstanding that this bastard has made you and that beautiful elf his slaves. It's only because they tried to enslave me first and it backfired. The amateurs didn't even use the proper soul gem in the summoning either. Rem looked back at him in frustration. You are not helping. It is the truth. You tried to summon a sentient being without a black soul gem. Probably used a common grade 1 as well instead of grand for the level of summon you were aiming for. Listen here, demon, Kyuya shouted. Oh, you're still here. You will release them immediately. I will not. Then I will strike you down. Get, I am. The two girls behind him exclaimed, only for a BR. Ik to come flying out of nowhere and nail Kuya in the face. So why is this thug calling himself a hero when he isn't one? Anos asked, Rem, completely ignoring what he was seeing. Because he was reincarnated from another world after dying there. So he doesn't even live in this world. Kuya shakily brought himself to his feet. Who threw that? I did, a person in dark silver and blood-red armor. Complete with large horns on the helmet, stated in a deep voice as they approached. This person managed to catch Anos' interest. Why, you're the Dragon Knight, Kuya stuttered as he looked at the imposing armored figure. I am, the armored person warned before grabbing Kuya by his scarf. And unless you wish me to deal with you myself, take this quarrel outside. Anos looked the person over and thought. Very interesting. It's Fane, but she definitely has the potential. I thought fights were a normal thing here. Shira questioned. They are, the Dragon Knight answered. But between normal adventurers, we would rather high-level adventurers take their quarrels outside so as not to damage the building. Then let's take this outside, demon, Kuya urged, trying to hide his trembling legs. You're the one with the grievance, not me, Anos rebuffed coldly. So run along. Why you cowardly? Kuya began, only for the knight to raise their sword in front of him. This is your last warning. Stem this fight or I will remove you from the building. You can't do that. One of the girls with Kuya shrieked, only for the Dragon Knight to send a scowl through their helmet, practically freezing the girl solid in fear. Anos smirking with interest at the knight. Let's go, ladies, Kuya urged in frustration, stowing his sword. We can handle this later. The three left the building in silence. As the Dragon Knight watched them leave, Anos sent a small pulse of mana to gauge the knight's abilities, but saw his attempt blocked by their helmet. Her helmet is blocking me. He sent another, slightly stronger, pulse, but received the same result. How annoying. He tried one last time with an even stronger pulse, but suddenly had images and numbers appear in his vision. With a voice speaking in his mind. Skill unlocked. Appraisal. Single quote. What the? Sariel. He then watched as a large quantity of numbers and symbols appeared, as if floating next to the armored woman. Looking over the numbers and words, he noticed items such as skills and HP. These must be those stats Rem and the others were referring to. Single quote. Name, Mordred. Level 34. STR, 1200. VIT, 1300. Dex, 1000. AGI, 1. 150. Int, 800. Wis, 900. I'm speaking to you, demon, Mordred spoke. You have a rather deep voice for a woman, Anos noted. Mordred looked at him, flinching slightly. An enchantment on your helmet maybe. I am just the Dragon Knight. She snapped back. Says here your name is Mordred. And that your title is Dragon Knight in training. Title? Rem questioned before she realized something. You have appraisal. Mordred immediately dashed over to the group and spoke quietly. Stop saying my name so loudly. Let me hear your real voice and I will agree, Anos argued. Herc. She winced. After a few moments of silence she lifted the front plate of her helmet. There, now stop saying it so loudly, she requested. Anos got a good look at her face underneath the armor. Bright emerald eyes and wild blonde hair that framed the sides of her face. Cute. I am, she exclaimed before coughing quietly and repeating herself quieter. I am not. Now, who are you? Anos Voldigod. She stared at him quietly. Am I supposed to know that? 2000 years ago, everyone did. Even young hero hopefuls like you. And I assure you, these two's current predicament is their own fault. Mordred frowned suspiciously as she looked at the three. Rem nodded in assurance. It's true. We can't tell you all the details, but that's the truth. I see, she mumbled before noticing what he said. Wait, hero hopeful. Yes, he nodded. You have the aura of one. Small and slowly beginning, but it is there. Unlike that fool who proclaims himself a hero on the word of a goddess I've never even heard of. Shira laughed lightly. If even you haven't heard of her, she must be pathetic. Mordred put down her faceplate as her face got increasingly red. Anyway, I will hope you do right by Lady Rem and Shira, Anos Voldigode. Anos nodded before a smirk formed on his lips. It's a shame to hide such a pretty face. I wonder why you hide it behind that armor. I wonder why you would do that. She just flinched slightly before turning and walking stiffly and briskly towards the door. Anos gave one last remark as she left. You should try swaying your hips a bit more, Dread. You might find the movements more natural. She just huffed as she left the building. Anos watched her leave, smirking as he saw her give the movements a try after she was further down the road. Hey, what are you waiting for? Shira asked. Let's go register. Right, he remarked, patting her head. So we go upstairs, right? Rem nodded as the three walked up the narrow wooden steps, passing by a few other adventurers on the way. Upon reaching the top, Anos saw a long desk along the back wall with 3 people manning the different posts. Each with short, somewhat messy brown hair tied with a ribbon, pale amber eyes, along with drooping canine ears atop their head and a matching bushy tail, each girl wearing a skimpy crop top with baggy trousers, one wore blue, the other yellow, and the third red. What they also all had in common were immense orbs hanging from their chests, rivaling Shira's in size. How cute. Which one do we go to? Blue, Rem answered. And which one is that? The one on the right. Anos looked between the 3 and thought before frowning slightly. I'm guessing the other 2 are named Red and Yellow. Rouge and John, actually. Ah. As they approached Blue, Anos noticed the girl trembling timidly. He quickly realized he was likely the reason for her apprehension, and so put on the nicest smile he could muster. Hello. She waved nervously with a shaky smile. Hi, we're here to register, Rem explained. Blue seemed to be knocked out of her stupor and nodded hurriedly. Oh, right. Register. Shish. E briskly turned around and fumbled with some of the documents on the shelves behind her. She grabbed a few papers and spun on her heel, only to catch herself and trip. In an instant Anos reached over the counter and grabbed her by the shoulders, stopping her from falling. Easy there. No need to rush. The girl's face turned increasingly red as her trembling continued. Awawawa. She exclaimed as she stumbled back, bowing repeatedly in apology. Anos chuckled and patted the girl's head with a small smile. How cute. Rem frowned slightly as she watched. Right, register, she mumbled to herself, her cheeks still red. As she set the documents down on the table. So we just write down our names, correct? He questioned. Blue nodded apprehensively, her tail slowly swishing by. Why, yes. I just need your name and… Oh, Shira exclaimed, interrupting the Chianthrope and scaring her slightly. Can I go first? Be my guest, Anos remarked with a shrug. Yay, she cheered, throwing her arms in the air, sending her globes bouncing around her blouse. Right, Blue remarked as she guided Shira through the process. Well, I just need your name and the country you're from. Sure. She nodded as she scribbled and wrote. Shira, L. Greenwood, from the Kingdom of Greenwood. Blue took the documents as Shira filled out each one. Right, Miss Greenwood from Greenwood. Okay then, looking over each document. She nodded in affirmation. Yes, there don't appear to be any problems here. Now I will measure your job class compatibility. If you have any particular class in mind that you would like to take, then please say so. If not, I will have you take all the tests for the warrior, archer, and sorcerer classes. Summoner. Blue nodded, smiling more easily as she spoke. All right, a sorcerer it is then. After checking the specifics of the contract here, please give your signature and seal of blood in the bottom right corner. Shira practically turned blue in response. Why, you need a seal of blood! Exclamation mark quote. Anos interjected, blood does contain the second purest form of mana produced by bodily fluids. Blue blinked in thought at the explanation. I see, Well, this is what the guildmaster suggests. Anos raised a hand and a small dagger appeared in his grip that he handed to Shira, only for Blue to intervene. Actually, we have a specific knife we use for this. She then placed a large, curved knife on the table. Shira almost fainted. It's huge. And? Anos asked, the dagger disappearing. It's scary. Why, you just need to prick the end of your finger, it's okay. Blue attempted to ease with a wavering smile. Okay, Shira mumbled before taking the weapon and piercing the end of her thumb, wincing slightly as she pressed a bloody fingerprint on the corner of the page. Next. That'd be me, I guess, Rem noted as she stepped forward, Shira sucking on her thumb. Anos looked around the room curiously, thinking to the skill he had just acquired. Maybe I should see what else it can do. Looking at Shira, he focused on her and called out the skill in his mind, causing a list of numbers and stats to appear in his vision. Shira L. Greenwood race, elf, level, 25, STR, 500 int, 1150 WIS, 850. Dex, 750. End, 625. AGI, 500. Interesting. Looking at Rem, he focused appraisal on her. Rem Galu race, Pantherian level, 28. STR, 1300. Int, 850. Wis, 600. Dex, 1200 END, 1100 AGI, 1300. He put a hand on his chin and thought. So Shira is this level 25 and Rem is 28. Shira hummed curiously as she looked at him, still sucking on her thumb. Nothing. Alright, next. Blue urged, more at ease but still anxious towards Anos as he approached. Looking over the documents, he filled it out to the best of his able. Ity and then took the dagger and chopped off the tip of his thumb. All the girls in the room shrieked as he pressed the wound on the page like a stamp. Almost immediately, the wound shone brightly for a moment and vanished like it was never there. Blue looked at the act in shock. How? Something wrong, Blue Pero? He questioned. How did it come back so fast? Such injuries are of no consequence to me. He then saw his list of skills included another. High-speed regeneration. Well, it is not wrong. Perhaps I should see what this thing says about me later. Anything else? The aptitude test is next. Blue noted. Shira smirked proudly and puffed out her already prominent. I'm definitely gonna score higher than you, Rem. Rem huffed in derision. Keep telling yourself that, high fat elf. So, Anos Voldigod, country of origin, Melromark. Yes. Is something wrong, Blue Pero? No. Melromark just normally doesn't allow demons to become citizens. He furrowed his brow in thought. Is that so? How strange. Now, what class type do you plan to pursue? Sorcerer, warrior, or archer? Do you really think I would choose just one? Blue blinked in confusion at that answer. Well, I mean, most people do. Do you really think I am most people? Her anxiety began rising again. I guess we can run all three tests then. He nodded. Then let us begin. Right. Since your companions both want to be sorcerers, we'll, start with that. Of course. What's this? Shira questioned as Blue brought them up to a large, darkly colored mirror that showed no overall reflection as they approached. Rem explained. A mirror that measures the strength of your magic. This is how you use it. Rem walked up to the mirror and placed her hand on it, causing it to momentarily pulse before her cloudy reflection began appearing. Interesting, Anos remarked. As expected of Miss Rem. Blue exclaimed as she looked over the reflection. You're level 40, or even higher. Anos raised an eyebrow in mild confusion. Odd. Rem asked as she stepped away. It's nothing. Okay, next, Blue urged. Shira stepped up to the mirror and placed her hand on it as well. Blue looked over the image curiously. Wow, that's amazing. It looks so clear. Let's see here, if it's clear enough to be able to count the number of eyelashes on your face. Then that counts as, up to the chest, on the scale. So your level is, 30. 30. No way, Shira shrieked in despair. Anos folded his arms suspiciously. This is for sorcerers, right? Blue's ears wiggled in confusion. Yes, it is. Why? What are the favored stats of a sorcerer? Stats? She asked, tilting her head. Rem retorted, those are only important if you have the appraisal skill. I see. Still, I am curious which ones are best for sorcerers, Rem. Rem was mildly confused but answered, I see. In that case it's intelligence and wisdom. Then how are you higher than her, Rem? Excuse me. Anos motioned to Shira with his thumb. Her intelligence and wisdom are higher than yours. Her ears folded back defensively. Well wait, she stopped as her ears popped up. How do you know that? Do you have the appraisal skill? He just shrugged. So it would seem. It just appeared when I was looking at Mordred's chest armor. Whoa, cool, Shira exclaimed. Anos pushed the point again. So I ask again, how are you a higher level than her? Shira scratched her head in thought. Maybe Blue read the mirror wrong. Blue flinched in worry. No, I'm sure I did it right. Yet she has the higher intelligence and wisdom at 1150 and 850. Rem's are 850 and 600. Rem yelled in awe. See, I am better than Rem. Shira declared. Rem folded her ears back with a pout. Well, it's not just about raw stats, it's also about how you know to use them. And what is wisdom if not the common sense on how to use things? Why, you try. Rem redirected the conversation, pointing at the mirror. Very well, he answered, putting his hand on the glass. For several lengthy seconds nothing happened. Blue waited so anxiously she almost forgot to breathe. Nothing's happening. Are you? She was stopped when the mirror turned pitch black. A bolt of energy shot out into the room before the mirror practically exploding, sending shards across the room. Anos frowned in mild disappointment. It took that much to lower it for it to even try to get a reading. Blue stood with her body twisted uncomfortably to dodge the shards of magical glass before loosening, taking stock of his words. To lower it, wait, you were lowering it. He nodded as he turned to her. I was suppressing my magical power in hopes to get a reading of some kind. But it seems even that was too much. Rem and Blue's jaws nearly hit the floor. Shira just nodded to herself in thought. Makes sense. How do you figure, NYA? Rem exclaimed, not paying attention to her accent. Well, sometimes just standing close to Anos is a little tiring because he puts off so much magical power. It's sometimes hard to see, sometimes it is real bright and others it is like a fog. Rem was not sure how to react to that. Anos just stating, also, I am not paying for this. Suddenly, a door behind the desk swung open as someone bolted out in a rush. What's going on out here? Anos looked and saw the source of the voice. A petite girl with short pink hair, teal eyes, an overly skimpy white outfit that hid very little of her delicate form, and two long, tall, black rabbit ears atop her head. Ignoring what she was obviously asking about or just finding humor in it, answered, Rem here is having an existential crisis on having lower intelligence and wisdom than a blonde. The girl blinked slowly. No idea how to answer. She then turned and saw the shards of the mirror strewn across the room, some embedded in the walls. What? Not paying for it, he again stated. What happened? Blue shakily answered and attempted to explain. GM, this person, when he touched the mirror. It broke. And I am not paying for it if it just broke the moment it could finally sense my mana levels after lowering them. The rabbit-eared girl narrowed her eyes as she looked him over. Will you please come with me? I'm not paying for it, Cottis. I don't expect you to. I just need to ask you some questions. She urged. Shira shakily requested, see, can I come too? I'm his his ally. Looking at the duo, the grasswalker nodded. You can both come if you want, but he's the one I need to speak with. Okay. Rouge lifted the end of the counter and Anos, Shira, and Rem all followed the scantily clad rabbit woman into the back office. The office was relatively small, with bookcases on either wall. A table in the center with two small sofas flanking it. At the back of the room in front of the large windows was a small wooden desk with a simple wooden chair that the rabbit girl sat in. Nodding as the trio sat down, she began. Hello, and thanks for taking the trouble to come here. I'm the guildmaster of the Adventurers Guild of Faltra, Sylvie. Over there is the summoner Rem, and I'm Shira, she introduced excitedly. Nodding, she looked at Anos. And finally, you. Anos Voldigoad, he answered plainly. She nodded in understanding. He was somewhat disappointed at the lack of reaction from her. So what is this about, Sylvie? First, I need to do something, she noted, standing up and holding an iridescent stone in her hand. Oh, sit still please, as she aimed one of the broader sides at him. Very well. This is an appraisal stone. It will allow me to get a rough measurement of your level and abilities. The stone glowed gently and she mered as words and numbers began appearing on a special piece of paper her left hand sat on. Right, that should do it. Sylvie picked up the page and looked it over. Her eyes widened and her skin paled even further than it already was. Didn't work. Trembling slightly, she crumpled the page hurriedly. I'm going to be blunt, I don't think we can take you in. You are indeed powerful. However, I don't think any of the quests we have would pose any level of challenge to you. Laying his leg across his lap, he answered plainly, I don't believe a quest offered by any adventurers guild would. All I would do is use them as something to do. Twitching an eyebrow, she glanced at the balled-up paper before looking back at it. I'd like to call you out, but unfortunately, I can see that your confidence is well-founded. I'm a lower level than you are, but as a member of the guild you need to occasionally follow my orders. Are you alright with that? He shrugged in response. As long as I don't disagree with your decisions, there shouldn't be any problems. Now shall we get done with this? Right, she returned, nodding slowly. Well, as I said, there aren't any quests that match your level, but you're welcome to take any you like. As for registering, I just need to get these papers filed, so you're free to go. Good to know. See you around, Sylvie, he noted nonchalantly with a wave and a smirk as he walked out. The girl's cheeks tinted slightly as the three left. Hey, let's take a quest right now, Shira urged desperately as they made their way out of the back office. Glancing over, Anos saw Gallic hurriedly talking with one of the Chianthropes before rushing out of the building, sending hateful glares at the adventurers as he dashed out the door. What's the flea doing here? Shira looked at the occurrence in mild confusion. It doesn't matter, I suppose, he noted before looking at the request board. He noticed a piece of paper stuck to the board that looks to have just been attached recently, mentioning a man-eating forest. Oh, he questioned as he pulled it off the board. Ah, I see you already found it, Sylvie noted as she walked up to them. Sylvie, he regarded with a nod. I was just about to ask you to handle a quest for me. I assume it is this one? He asked, holding it up to her. She nodded. Yes, that one. It's been there for a couple days. And almost no one else is strong enough, or crazy enough, to take on the monsters there. He looked over the various requirements and requests on the page. Might be a good place for my new pet to get some experience then. New pet? She asked, tilting her head. A salamander I got last night. She blinked several times, not sure she heard that right. After a few seconds, she realized she did. A salamander. How'd you get it? Some flea from the Mages Association tried to sick it on me. The whole thing was a major waste of time, so I took this as payment for him wasting it. She furrowed her brow in suspicion. You can't just take command of someone's summon. It won't listen to you. It will if I disconnect their root from the summons, and then connect it to my own. But that's, she mumbled, befuddled. Not possible. Do you really think I'm constrained by what's possible? She remained silent for a moment, remembering what she read. After seeing your stats, I'm not sure of anything anymore. Good Sylvie, he retorted, patting her head. Why, you really shouldn't address the GM like that, Rouge interjected anxiously. Sylvie just waved a hand with a small smile. Give it up. He seems the type who just does what he wants. He nodded with a smirk. Glad you see reason, Sylvie informed Rouge. Trembling with unease, Shira spoke up. There's a bunch of strong monsters in the man-eating forest, right? Hopefully. If not, I will just recreate the area. She whined wearily. Sylvie continued the conversation. It looks like the requester is the Mages Association. Seems like they need the eye from a Madara snake for some kind of experiment they're doing. The deadline is pretty short, and I don't have the time to gather a bunch of strong people for it, so how about it? I won't force you to take it, but what do you say, Mr. Anos? Wanna give it a shot? Sure, he answered as he handed it to her. Great, she chirped. Just be careful, okay? There's something fishy about this quest. There won't be any issues, he replied confidently. Rem interjected. I'll go too. Anos isn't familiar with the area, and he'll need a guide. Then I'm coming too. Shira intruded. Anos was about to interrupt, only for Sylvie to speak first. I'll leave forming a party to you, Anos. The pay is exactly as written here, no matter how many people you bring along. The client already paid up front, so we can give you the Valis as soon as you get back. He just nodded and turned to leave. Fine, let's go then. Rem, Shira. Payment best be here when we get back, Sylvie. I may need it to get some messages sent. Okie dokie. She answered with a smile and a salute as they left. I suppose this forest is quite far away, Anos remarked as the three made their way out of the city. Any suggestions on getting there? Fast. Rem shook her head in denial. Not really. This is the only path to get there. Shira's ears suddenly perked up as an idea came to her. Oh, why don't we get a philolele? Anos looked at her with mild confusion. A what? Rem answered. Philolele. They're large birds that people often use in place of horses to pull carts or ride on. They're much faster than horses. That sounds like chocobos. How are they fried? Shira tilted her head with a mixture of confusion and interest. Chocolate, bows. He shook his head at her idea. No. Also, who would make something as useless as a chocolate bow? Her ears drooped in a defeated pout. It sounded yummy. I've never heard them called chocobos before, Rem added. I see, he replied plainly. So, how much have I missed? Single quote. Shira's disappointment at her idea being shot down was quickly replaced as she refocused on them pursuing their quest, hopping up and down with excitement. Our first quest. Our first quest. Anos quite happily watched as her twins bounced and shifted around in her top. Rem just grumbled in annoyance. Anos walked with the salamander out of its crystal, walking next to him. Its steps leaving prints in the ground. Sighing slightly, he glanced behind him and saw Shira and Rem several meters behind the two of them, both walking rigidly. You two okay? Perfectly, Rem tried to answer as evenly as possible, despite her ears being pressed against her head and her tail puffed out. Shira, however, put up no facade. That thing's scary. No she isn't, Anos argued, patting the reptile's head gently. She's Saluka. Rem kept her gaze firmly locked on the salamander, who similarly kept one of her eyes on the Pantherian. After a few moments, Rem set her pace even further back from Anos and Saluka, only for the fiery beast to lick its lips. Anya, she shrieked, ducking behind Shira. A corner of Saluka's lips curled up with a few short wheezes. Looks like this is it, Anos noted as they approached a forest made of looming trees, light not penetrating far beyond the edge. Looking at the flaming reptile, he issued his orders. Saluka, kill any monsters that get close and eat their corpses. Rem seemed to finally notice something and asked about it. Saluka, what? I did tell you I named her that, he answered as Saluka looked and sniffed around the area as they walked. You were serious? Rem shouted in disbelief. Of course, he answered in mild confusion. She stared at him for several long, quiet seconds. I thought that was a joke. Anos tilted his head in mild confusion. Why would I joke about giving her a name? I didn't think it would be that name, why? Well, it's, kinda, Rem trailed off, trying to find the right way of wording her comments. Shira, however, had no such qualms. It's weird. Like something a crimson mage would come up with. Crimson mage. Can't say that's something I've heard of. Rem sighed at her compatriot's lack of a filter. They're also called crimson demons. They have immensely powerful magic, but they're all a little strange. Really now? He asked with interest. Nodding, Shira continued. Yeah, with names like Uayui and Megaman. Anos waited for a few moments. What's wrong with those names? They're bizarre. Right, he retorted in thought before looking ahead as a giant wolf with dark gray fur burst from the nearby brush and charged at them. Oh look, a giant dog. Rem readied her gauntlets with a small shriek, only for Saluka to slam her tail into the wolf's side, sending it flying into a tree with a whimper. As it prepared to limp away, Anos motioned his head towards the beast, and Saluka lunged, burying her jaws in its side and ripping it apart. Rema. Shira watched with increasing horror as the salamander gruesomely tore the wolf apart and ate it, leaving nothing but bones and blood behind. Anos smiled and stroked the salamander's head. Good girl. Now Rem, where is this forest swampy area? Rem just weakly motioned her finger in the direction it was. It's about half a curlo in. Right. Saluka, finish with your meal and come on. Salamander pulled a small purple gem from the remainder of the corpse and swallowed it, turning on one foot to catch up to him. I think I'm gonna be sick, Shira grumbled with a hand over her mouth. Rem, in mild disbelief, argued. Aren't you wood elves cannibals? We at least cook it first. Anos interjected on their argument. Freshly killed and raw has more life energy to absorb. But it tastes so gross. I never thought a cannibal would be picky. Shira threw her arms down and shot back, we aren't savages. We only eat the dead cooked. Rem rolled her eyes in mild frustration. Like that makes it any better. The group walked through the forest, following the path Rem dictated, the canopy blocking out more and more of the sun's light as they went on. Rem and Shira's bickering did not cease the entire time. As they reached a rather wide path with branches arcing overhead, Anos suddenly put up a hand and sharply ordered, "Quiet." "What's wrong?" Shira whispered. "Something's off." "What do you mean?" Rem wondered, readying her gauntlets. "This area of the forest is too quiet." Rem and Shira slowly backed towards each other as they looked around the area, before Shira seemed to notice something. Sighing, Anos called out, "All right, come on out. If you come out now and come out slowly, I'll let you live. If not, I will burn you to cinders inside the trees you're in." Rem just looked around in mild confusion. After several moments of silence, Anos raised a hand. "So be it." Griga. A large ball of black fire shot from his hand before splitting apart into a barrage of blasts that rained down on the trees above the path. Several people with blonde hair and green outfits came out of the tree line. Some jumping to avoid the attack and others being knocked down by it. "Elves!" Shira shouted before seeing one in particular near the front with his hair adorned with several pieces of jewelry and a quiver of elaborate arrows on his back. "Celsior." Anos very quickly put the pieces together. "I see. So you must be some of the royal guard." The elf at the head of the group, Celsior, stood up with a groan and hissed at Anos. "Damn you, using an underhanded spell like that." Anos smirked as he folded his arms. "Please. That was the weakest fire spell a demon can learn." His smirk vanishing with irritation, he continued, "I can already guess why you're here, but I'd like to hear you confirm it before I burn you to ashes." "You're here to kidnap Shira, you fiend." "That's my line," he snapped. "I can see blondes have not increased in intelligence since I was gone." "Celsior, why are you here?" Shira demanded. "Lady Shira," he exclaimed upon seeing her. "We heard that you had been captured by slave traders and were dispatched here post-haste to save you." "Aren't like the implications you're making there, Anos snarled. Several of the elves behind Celsior readied their bows at the demon. "Hey, Shira, who are these people?" Rem questioned, unsure whether to ready or lower her claws. Shira stammered, trying to find the right way to explain the situation. However, her attempts were silenced when Celsior took notice of the distinct pattern printed on the skin of her mounds. He spotted the same crest on Rem's body and turned a foul gaze at Anos. "So you're the slave trader. I will have you return Lady Shira to us." Anos, patience. With the likely misguided man was wearing thin. "Who are you saying this to? I am no slave trader." Celsior was not even listening. "Quiet. Then what would you call that thing printed on Lady Shira's chest?" "You've taken Lady Shira, a pure soul who knows nothing of the ways of the world, and turned her into your slave, haven't you? You certainly don't have a very high opinion of her, do you?" he mocked. "How could Lady Shira end up with you? No matter who it isn't right for anyone to put an enslavement seal on her. It seems you're deaf as well as stupid. I can already tell you've been deceived by that flea. So I'll give you a chance to return home with your lives. I assure these two are not my slaves, they are indentured servants who earned their current predicament. Now, I believe he paused, raising his hand and curling his fingers, a little cold snap should be enough to cool your tempers." Snapping his fingers, a large pentagram appeared in the sky for a split second before a blinding flash of light filled the area. Celsior hissed angrily as he shielded his eyes. Lowering his hand and opening them, he saw in disbelief how a massive area of the forest had instantly and thoroughly been encased in ice. What? How? Another of the elven soldiers stuttered. I didn't even hear an incantation." Another called out. "Now, leave or my necks. T-trick will be a bloody smear that used to be a flea." The tensions were slightly lessened when everyone heard a small shriek from nearby and saw a Gallic tumble out from behind one of the frozen trees. Looking at Anos with disbelief and terror, Gallic trembled where he sat. How? Anos shot a side glance at the man, who shrieked like a child and attempted to flee, only for a patch of ice to form up and encase his foot. "You won't be going anywhere just yet, flea." Before he could address Celsior further, Shira stepped in front of him. "Celsior, I don't care about the royal family." He owned in frustration as he reached a hand out to her. "Please, Lady Shira, even if it's just for a day, come back." The royal family is very worried about you. Shira clenched her fingers at his words. Don't worry. Say what you must. If they react I will make them regret it, Anos urged. Nodding to herself, she put a hand up to her chest and began to speak. The only thing my brother and the others are worrying about is a successor. They just want to force me to have a child. It is a very important role, Celsior argued plainly. Watch your words carefully, Celsior, or you will be Saluka's next meal. Gritting his teeth, Celsior shouted back, You're one to talk slaver. Shira again spoke up. He's not a slaver. This is a seal that's supposed to go on a summon, but it got put on me by accident. I'm no one's slave, not Anos, and not the Kingdom of Greenwoods. I'm me. Anos smiled proudly as he put his hand down against his side. Celsior's frustration slowly morphed into confusion as he looked between Anos, Shira, and Rem trying to discern the truth. By accident. It seems like you have your own reasons, but if the royal family were to see you now, there is no way they would be able to approve of it. Even if they don't approve, it doesn't change how I feel. You are much too powerless to be able to live on your own. We will be taking you back, even if it is by force. Anos frowned in disappointment at the man, raising his hand. Do you need another demonstration of my power, Celsior? I assure you Shira is not powerless. After all, she has my power protecting her, and a NY thing that tries to harm her will cease to exist. You think I'd trust the words of a demon? He grumbled. I would advise you to do so. Or was freezing this forest not enough for you? Celsior emptied to shoot a comeback before he took stock of what Anos said and his skin paled even more than normal. He glanced around the frozen hellscape before turning his shocked expression back to the man in black. Wait, why, you did this? Elemental magic isn't that powerful. Do you really think you know just how powerful elemental magic is? Or have you only witnessed what elemental mages as weak as yourself can do? Why you? Celsior snarled, knocking an arrow. Celsior, don't! Shira cried out, stepping in front of Anos. He flinched as he let pressure off the string. Please, you're a friend to me, and I don't want you to get hurt, so please. Smiling, she added, just go back home and tell my brother he'll need to find someone else to give him an heir. But, you can either do that, or shall I make this new winter field crimson? Anos questioned as wind began whipping around in his hand. Please, it's what I want, Shira pressed again. Celsior remained silent for several long moments before storing the arrow in the quiver on his back. Very well. Anos nodded in approval before turning to the side. Now, where were we? Eek! Gallic cried out before desperately calling to Celsior and his group. Hey, weren't you all supposed to be an elite elf squad or something? You didn't even manage to get one arrow in him. I knew it, I should have expected this from Demis. Disgusted, Anos raised a hand. Gallic, when I release that cuff, I will give you a 5-second head start on running back to your guild. When the 5 seconds are up Saluka gets to hunt you for a snack. Clenching his fist, he growled desperately at the man as he began to speak, only to be interrupted. Don't tell me you plan to try and defend your actions here. Flinching back, he began stammering wildly. Well, you see. They were searching for their princess. All I did was tell them she would be coming here. And yet they seem to be under the impression that I'm a slave trader. They thought that up all by themselves. Demis aren't that bright, after all. The only one not that bright here is you. After all, parasites like fleas have no real mind of their own. Galuk's anger and desperation began growing on his face. Aren't you the one at fault here? I mean, Lady Rem is at fault here, too. You are special, so why are you hanging around with the likes of a demon and an elf? Rem hissed in derision. I am a Pantherian. I am also subject to the discrimination of Demis by humans. Trying to placate her, he continued. But Lady Celes approves of you. That means you are something like a human. Rem put a hand on the side of her head in annoyance. What an irksome conversation this is, and besides, you have no business in criticizing who I choose to associate with. But you're an important person to the Mages Association, no, to the entire world. You should be aware of that and show some self-restraint. You should only be around those who come from superior pedigrees. The ones who are guaranteed a bright future. You should be with humans, like me. Something in their conversation caught Anos' attention. When did felines start being called pantherians? Rem recoiled at merely entertaining Galuk's words. To be completely honest, not only would that be an annoyance, but it would also be completely revolting. Galuk lurched back with a deep gasp of air at his expectations being shattered. Her glare turning darker, she continued. I cannot overlook your actions here. If you are going so far as to use the name of the Mages Association, then Celes must know about this too, I presume. Standing up, he stumbled back, stammering and growling. No, I'm not wrong here. Turning to flee, he was stopped when Saluka suddenly hit the ground right in front of him, causing his skin to go pale. By the way, Galuk, Anos remarked, you wasted your head start babbling. His blood ran as cold as the terrain around him as he saw the look in the monster's eyes. Are you really? Shira asked in disbelief. Anos explained his choice. Him getting back and spreading lies about us wouldn't be good. So Saluka, dig in. Celsior. And the other elves gasped and shouted in horror as the salamander lunged forward and began to rip the man to shreds and devour him, Galuk still screaming as she ate. Rem's gaze dropping, she spoke pointedly to Anos. You do know that's not helping the elves' opinions on you, right? He just put up his hands with a shrug and a smirk. Do you really think that I care? If anything, this should PR. Ove to them that those who try and harm what is mine will not meet a clean end. Celsior gulped nervously before watching as Saluka ripped a piece off the still screaming Galuk and gulped it down. Turning to Anos, he finally came to the most important question. You, what are you? Smirking, Anos put a hand on his hip. Anos Voldigod, the demon king of tyranny, and father of Milam Nava. He froze for several long seconds with a mixture of horror and disbelief. That's impossible. Before Anos could his snappy comeback, Shira spoke up. Celsior. Taking his attention off Anos, he looked to her, stealing his expression as best he could. Why, yes. Could you pass this message to my brother? I'm never coming back. I'm not some thing he owns. Right now, I'm Anos and Rem's comrade. She gave a bright smile before turning around to leave without waiting for him to answer. I'm going to give you one last piece of advice. Celsior turned to Anos as the man spoke. If someone vehemently opposes something, forcing them to do it, even if it's for their own good, will only end poorly for everyone. His expression softened slightly. That being said, if you or your ma try to force Shira into something like that ever again, I'll be sure that wood elves are referred to in the past tense. The bluntness to his voice without a hint of boasting caused Celsior's blow to freeze the most as the trio turned to leave the forest. Let's head back to the kingdom. Right. Sylvie let out a heavy sigh as she leaned back in her chair, having listened to Anos and the girls explain what happened. So I was right to think it was fishy. I suspected he was planning something from the beginning, Anos noted. Besides that, Madara snakes prefer to live in extremely warm and swampy territory. Not a forest, even if it has a bog. Too many predators that could easily sniff them out when hunting, and that particular forest was too cold. Isn't that your fault? Rem asked dryly as she looked at him. Even before my renovation it was too cold for them. Something he had said caught the grasswalker's attention as she listened. Wait, you knew it was a trap. Then why'd you take the quest? I could tell Galuk was going to be a hassle, so I figured it's best to get him out of the way now rather than let the problem fester. I had hoped scaring him would deal with the issue. But I could tell he wasn't going to stand down. Besides that, I wanted to create a future area for Saluka to train and hunt in. Her ears flopped to the side of her head with a small groan. Saluka, is that really what you named that salamander? He cocked an eyebrow at the repeated question, rolling Saluka's crystal in his fingers. Yes. Why is everyone asking me that? Reason, she answered with a small chuckle. Right. Well, where is the payment? Sylvie sighed heavily. I do apologize, but because that quest wasn't legitimately supplied by the Mages Association, there is no payment. I hope you understand. What? Shira exclaimed. Calm down. We'll manage, Anos eased, standing up to leave. If that's the case, then we'll take another quest later. Meanwhile, I have some errands to run. As the group began to leave, Shira remembered something and went up to Sylvie. Hey, Miss Guildmaster. Yes, she asked, looking up from a document she was reading. Can I ask what Anno's stats were? Frowning, Sylvie rebuffed her request. I'm afraid that's confidential information. You're welcome to ask him yourself, but I can't tell you. Please, she pleaded, putting her hands together. I'm telling you, it's not up to me. Guild rules. I can't reveal the stats of other adventurers without their express, written, permission. Oh, shoulders slumped. She left the office to join the others. A few moments after they left, she sighed and opened a drawer with a crumpled piece of paper in it. I've never seen so many 9s before, just, how? Got somewhere to be? Anos asked as he saw Rem heading in a different direction than Shira and him. I need to tell Celes what happened. Understandable. Have fun, Rem. Rem didn't respond to his words, Uti did notice her tail swishing side to side as she walked. Hey, do you have any plans? Shira questioned. I have to get something mailed out. Why? Oh, just curious. You're welcome to tag along, he eased with a smirk as he walked. Yay, she cheered before gleefully wrapping herself around his left arm. He gave a small chuckle as he walked to the inn. There, he noted as he saw the mail office. So who were those for? Shira asked, still holding onto his arm. The wives I told you about. I'm sure Grima will inform Milam. Oh, okay. As they approached the desk, the clerk behind it, a grasswalker, smiled as they approached. Greetings. Are the two of you a couple? She asked before stopping herself as she saw the slave seal on Shira's chest. Oh, somewhat, Anos replied, answering her first question. She's an indentured servant, by the way, he answered her second, silent, question. Right, she responded, wanting to avoid a confrontation, Shira just humming happily as she held his arm. Placing the letters on the desk, he explained. Now I need this one delivered to the Dragon Spire Tower in Lautrement, and this delivered to the Taratect Palace in Sitveld. Nodding as she wrote down his request. She froze momentarily, her ears drooping as she looked at him. The Taratect Palace. Yes, it's just named that for the one who owns it. Don't worry, REW. Won't kill you unless you give her a reason to. Or you're an Altmer. Right. I'll give it to the Scythia delivery centaur when she arrives. Centaur. Oh, you use Currentus to deliver mail now. Interesting. She looked at him mildly confused. Well, that's how it's been done since I was born. Interesting. It was mostly Cottus like yourself that delivered it in my time. The woman's face sank slightly. Cottus. You certainly use old-fashioned words. Anos raised an eyebrow in confusion. Old-fashioned. I'm rather surprised terms like grasswalker and centaur are considered acceptable. The woman again just tilted her head in confusion. Shrugging, he turned to the door. It matters not, I suppose. Come on, Shira. Let's return to the inn. Right. Anos laid on the bed with his eyes closed as Shira sat nearby. After a few lengthy moments, he noticed her shifting and fidgeting in her seat. If you have something on your mind, I'm willing to listen. Right. Rolling onto his side to face her, he urged. Well, out with it. Hey, Anos, do you think I'm strange? Raising an eyebrow, he sat up. No stranger than anyone else. Why do you ask? Laying her hands across her bosom as she spoke, she answered. Well, whenever I'm walking around, people always stare. And back home, I was always told how different I am. I'm sure that has more to do with your beauty than it does people thinking you strange. Her cheeks began to redden as he spoke. Do you really think so? Smirking, he just nodded. Of course. The heat on her face began to spread. Why, you really mean it? Need me to prove it? He asked, leaning close to her. By now even her ears were red. No, I guess, what a shame, he answered with a small laugh, leaning back. You know, my brother always used to say because of my chest that we'd make good children. Anos nodded in agreement. While I am sure that is true, it is something you should only do with someone important to you. And for no other reason than you want to do so. Reaching out, he cupped her chin gently with his hand. I can assure you that you no longer need to be concerned with your brother's plots and ambitions. You can live the life you want. Really? She breathed in shock, her eyes widening. He leaned back once more. Of course, so long as you don't interfere with my own goals, you are free to do and act as you please. Whether it be stuff your face with sweets and meats, or just a sausage in your mouth. Yay. She cheered, throwing her arms up and flopping onto the bed next to him. He just smiled to himself as she hummed happily. Hey, Anos. Yes. Are you really from 2000 years ago? Indeed I am. Why do you ask? Were there elves back then? She asked, rolling onto her side. He nodded. Of course. All the major races existed as they are now for the most part. Though their names have changed. Which is to be expected, I suppose. Really? Yes. Moving on, are elves nowadays built like you? She hummed in slight confusion as she sat up. Your chest. Oh. Her ears perked up in realization with a light laugh. No. Apparently this is really rare even for elves. Not even my mom was like this. Unfortunate. I've heard dark elves are like this, she noted, lifting her orbs up slightly with her hands, but I haven't really met any before. Good to know they haven't changed much. A few more moments of silence passed before Shira glanced at Anos shyly. So, you like them big. Makes it easier for a wife to feed a child. Or multiple children. The size itself is relatively unimportant to me in comparison to the person they're attached to. I see, she began tapping her thumbs together. Then, do you like, mine? Very much so, he answered plainly. Getting a small shriek out of her. They are even as big as some vulpos I know. Why, you know, she stammered, shifting where she sat and moving closer to him. If it's you, I don't mind. He raised an eyebrow in mild amusement. Oh, even though I haven't agreed to fall under your orders. She nodded with a small, blushing smile. If it weren't for you, Celsior and the others probably would have taken me back. That is true. But where is the fun if that was the reason? For when I take you, it will be when your heart fully wants me, he explained, putting a hand on her cheek. Completely and utterly. His eyes glanced to the side momentarily as he heard the door to their room creak, but paid it no mind as he focused on Shira. You promise? Of course. Well, I can see you're getting along, Rem grumbled as she walked into the room. Shira immediately stood up and stepped away from Anos. Oh, welcome back, Rem. I hope your meeting with Celes went well, Anos greeted. She just turned her head in a huff. It went fine. Do I have to worry about you going after her too because of those lumps of fat? Your envy isn't needed, Rem, Anos remarked as she sat on the bed with a grumble. I'm sure you'll grow up to be quite beautiful. Reaching over and gently rubbing her ear, he said softly, and I'll be waiting patiently for it. Her tail shot straight up and she stood back up immediately, trying to force a frown despite her tanned skin blushing bright red. Anos chuckled to himself as he leaned back on the bed. Now, you two get some rest, we're going to need another quest tomorrow. Right. Opening his eyes slowly, he looked to his sides and saw both Shira and Rem huddled tight to him as they slept. Moving his right hand, he softly poked Rem's cheek, causing her to bat away his hand with a small mew. Laughing quietly to himself, he gently tugged on her ear. This caused her to stir enough to wake from her slumber. Solimi. Rubbing her eyes, she focused and saw Anos. Still half asleep, she stretched her arms out with a yawn. Oh, Anos, I thought my aunt was here. He cocked a smile of amusement. How cute. Is it morning already? She gave a full stretch as she sat up. It is. He nodded before turning and tickling Shira's ear, causing her to quiver for a moment before opening her eyes. Anos. The elf babbled in her daze. Yes, it's me. Time to wake up. Okay, she mumbled with a yawn as she sat up. Since the guild wouldn't pay us due to Gallic submitting that quest illegitimately, we'll need to get another one to acquire some funds. After breakfast, they made their way to the guild and looked for a quest to take. Looking over the board, Shira groaned in disappointment. All the hunting jobs look like really tough monsters. Folding her arms, Rem retorted sharply. You say that like it'll be trouble with Anos here. Who says I will be fighting? He interjected. Wait, you won't. I won't always be around to help you in every situation. You need to know how to handle yourselves. Right. The job we picked today will be for not just money, but training the two of you in Saluka. Rem felt a shiver up her spine at that declaration. That lizard too. Do you really believe a great summoner does not fight in unison with monsters? Mildly bemused, Rem retorted, the point of a summon is to have it fight for you. To keep yourself out of danger. Are you a cowardly Oslan? No. She shot back, her cheeks slightly pink. Getting stronger is difficult unless you're with a familia. A single injury can spell your end. And trying to defeat strong opponents one-on-one is a fool's errand. It's better to have your summons do the actual fighting, since they can't die. Anos' frown of frustration deepened. Are modern warriors truly so weak? Not exactly. Your abilities are on a completely different level. Even your magic. I can think of only a handful of people, even in familias, capable of putting out even 1/100th of what you can. I am fully aware of the difference between myself and the average fighter. However, I had hoped people would improve in the 2000 years since my death. In contrast, they seem to have only gotten worse in every respect. Sorry, Shira blubbered, as though she was being called out. It's to the point Saluka, as strong as she is considered a top-tier summon today. Before, a salamander of her strength wouldn't have been able to siege a town of goblins very well. Shira's face instantly paled. What were goblins like back then? Rather peaceful. Tended to live in forests with powerful monsters acting as shields to protect them from human hunting parties. But when attacked they fought fiercely to defend their homes. Rem stared at him for a few moments, blinking a couple times as he spoke. I'm going to assume this is just another case of you using strange names for everything. What makes you say that? Because goblins are some of the vilest creatures in existence. They kill and eat everything that moves and use what doesn't to breed. That's an imp. Rem just sighed in defeat. Right. Now, what should we hunt? A pickle maybe. Pickle? Shira questioned. Anos frowned slightly. A deviljo. Unless you plan to take it on alone, I refuse, Rem retorted firmly. Oh good, they're still dangerous. The only thing worse are the 3 beasts. Oh, the 3 most powerful monsters to ever escape the dungeon. Do you have any additional information? Just their names. Leviathan, Behemoth, and Bahamut. That caught Anos' attention. Bahamut. Yes. It's more commonly known as the one-eyed black dragon. Was it ever resealed in the dungeon? No. It's been rogue for about 1200 years now. And it has either gained sentience or is not the real Bahamut. I don't follow. It's not important right now. You two pick a quest you think you can handle. Rem nodded before looking at Shira. Come on, let's pick one. I'm not sure though. If you two don't decide on something, I will. Like hunting Arathalos. Shira shivered in concern before Rem hurriedly grabbed a poster. How about this? Some direwolves have been bothering a small town. Anos took a look over the document and nodded. This should do. Evidently the town is deep in the forest. I'm surprised they were able to get a request this far out. Yo, Rem, Shira. A familiar voice called out. Turning, the group saw Mordred approach them, still wearing her full suit of armor. Mordred, Anos greeted with a bow. I was wondering where you wandered off to. Done anything interesting in the meantime, young hero in training? She trembled slightly before letting out a small laugh. I've had plenty of strong monsters to fight off recently, so I've been busy. You're telling me? Shira exclaimed, slapping the board. What's the deal with all the super strong monsters? I thought the monsters around Faltra were supposed to be normal. Rem nodded in agreement. The high-fat elf has a point. Shira just puffed her cheeks, annoyed, as Mordred looked at the group quizzically. Oh, ya didn't hear. Hear what? That OLD dragon that used live in the mountain nearby up and vanished. And so all the strong monsters have started showing up to try and fill his spot. Rem's eyes almost fell out of her head. Wait, seriously? It just disappeared. Yep, no one knows why. What was the name of this dragon? Anos questioned. Veldora. Ah, Grima's little sister. Mordred tilted her head in mild confusion. Pardon. After a moment she just put up a hand. No what, forget I asked. So what are you 3 going after? Some direwolves attacking a village in the forest, Rem answered. Mordred chuckled in mild amusement. Funny. So what are you after? That is what the 2 of them plus Saluka are going after for training. She stared at the group silently for a moment. But, there aren't any villages in the forest. It's populated by nothing but monsters. Oh, yeah. The only thing you're likely to find out there are pockets of hobgoblins. I can't admit to knowing what those are. They're goblins but, agreeable. So actual goblins and not imps. Again, Mordred stared with several long seconds of silence. Yes, whatever. Feel free to go out there. Direwolves are good target practice. I'm just saying don't expect a reward. Shira then held up the quest. But, we found this quest. Huh, odd. Anos put a hand on his chin in thought before Shira suddenly gasped. Think it's another trap. Unlikely, he answered. Probably just a non-human village in need of help. Rem's ears flicked and twitched for a moment as she thought about what he was saying. Wait, you're not really suggesting the hobgoblins submitted this quest, or you? And who says they can't? They're hobgoblins. They wouldn't have been allowed in the gate. Then they had someone put it up for them. Rem opened her mouth to argue before sighing in defeat. After what I've seen so far, calling it impossible seems like tempting fate. Anos patted her head gently. Good. You're learning. She pouted in objection, betrayed by her tail swaying happily. I'm interested in seeing how this all unfolds, Mordred stated before pointing to the large sack over her shoulder, but I have a few quests to turn in myself. So I'll simply ask for the details later. Very well. Anos and the girls then headed upstairs to get the quest certified as theirs. As she walked by to drop off her goods, Mordred noticed something about the board. Huh, that goblin hunting quest one wanted to take is gone. And I had everything prepared. Wonder who took it. Hope they prepared for fighting those devious bastards. Anos, Rem, Shira, and Saluka stood at the edge of a vast forest. Rem looked at it indignantly. This is the same forest Anos froze. It seems to have thawed swiftly. Which is a shame. It would have been a perfect training ground for Saluka. Right, girl. Quote. The salamander released a low rumble as he pat its head. Rem did her best to ignore it and looked at the request paper. Anyway, the back of this has a map to where the village is. Kind of. It's not a very good one though. Which just confirms it was made by a goblin. Don't you mean hobgoblin? Shira questioned. I will call them goblins. Goblins and imps share height and skin tone. Nothing more. Right, sighing, Rem looked back at the map. Well, if we follow the main trail for a while, we should be able to split off, here, and just head northeast, directly to the village. Southwest, he corrected. You're holding it upside down. Rem flipped and turned the paper multiple times, still confused. How can you tell? It all looks the same. Pointing to one of the characters hastily scribble on a corner, he explained. It's the old demonic rune for mountain. The mountain is northwest of Faltra, which is noted on the map. If you hold the map that way, the rune shows up as southeast from the city. Flipping the document, Rem's ears quickly flattened against her head. Well, she said before hastily stuffing it in her bag and taking off stiffly. Let's not waste any more daylight. As they continued walking, Shira's ears wriggled and thought. We can all see in the dark, so is daylight that important? Shut up, high fat elf, and walk. Rem shouted briskly, her face deep red. Saluka hissed in more laughter. The group began their trek through the forest, following the path to the point indicated on the map. As their walk continued in stark silence. Despite the sun being right overhead, Rem finally spoke up. The silence is bothering me, forests aren't supposed to be this quiet. Likely without Veldora as a balancing force. All of the weaker creatures are in hiding to avoid the stronger monsters. It's the natural order of things, but usually it develops more slowly. So until everything balances itself out, which could take decades, the forest will likely sound dead. Unless a new apex appears to drive away the competitors, of course. Shira suddenly stopped as she picked something up, her ears twitching. Something's coming. A large, dark gray wolf bounded out of the foliage and dove at the group, only for Saluka to slap it mid-air with her tail and causing it to slam against a tree with a visceral snapping sound. Rem watched in shock as the monster fell limply against the ground. I suppose they're more prevalent than expected, Anos remarked as Saluka began tearing into the carcass. Ah, Rem groaned, as Saluka crunched and cracked through meat and bone. Let's continue then. Saluka, finish that quickly. Saluka responded by quickly gulping what was left of the direwolf in one mouthful. I know she's an animal. But that's still weird, Shira grumbled. You should see how Milam eats. Rem and Shira just looked at him with mild concern. Now, we should continue down this path. Soon, the group reached the point in the path where they needed to divert and went southwest. As they did, Rem's nose twitched as she picked up a smell. I smell some cooking. Ah, we must be near the village. Hey, there's people over there. Shira pointed out. Focusing his eyes, Anos saw a large group of green-skinned people piling up and assembling logs. They're fortifying a fence. Who? Rem questioned. The goblins. Saluka. Anos ordered, paying no mind to Rem's shock, it's best if you go back for now. Grumbling in disagreement, the salamander vanished in a flurry of light and reverted to the crystal it came from. With Anos stuffing the gem in his pocket. Now, let's go say hello. This seems like a bad idea, Shira trembled. As they made their way toward the simple wall, Anos stepped on a thick branch, creating a loud crack. Hearing this, the goblins all dropped what they were doing and grabbed various makeshift spears and clubs, gathering near the edge of the fence. They know we're here. That's the idea. Looking to the group, Anos forced the friendliest smile he could muster. Hello there. I hear you're all having a wolf problem. One of the goblins, a daughter. Why old man who looked like a swift breeze would knock him over, tenuously stepped forward holding a branch as a cane. What do the likes of hum? He stopped mid-sentence of his raspy voice and took stock of Shira and the others. You're not humans. Indeed. We are a Bosmer, he explained as he pointed to Shira, a feline, pointing to Rem, and a demon, lastly pointing to himself. That seemed to only worry the old man more. Demon. Shira then noticed something in the group of goblins that got her attention. And got her drooling. Slime. A tasty slime. Anos quickly noticed. Something was unusual and grabbed Shira by the collar, stopping her. He saw how the goblins seemed to gather behind the slime, as if seeing protection in it. Appraisal. Single quote. Name. Rimuru race, slime. Status. Reincarnate. Someone from another world. Interesting. I take it you're the leader of this village. Rem and Shira both shot him equal looks of utter disbelief. A slime. Rem scoffed. Are you J-OK? Foo, the ball of blue goo chortled. You catch on fast. The two almost fainted. It talks. Indeed, she does, Anos retorted. Rimuru rolled forward towards Anos, who ouched down to better converse with the living gelatin. I see now how a village of goblins came up with the idea for submitting a quest. A smart and brace little ball of jello gave them the idea. Muru extended a pseudopod behind its back, chuckling bashfully. Oh, please, you flatter me. But do go on. While I'm sure you'd love me to continue stroking your ego, we came for a job. Rimuru looked as Anos stood back up. Only 3 A pack of direwolves shouldn't be anything too much. He suddenly felt a subtle stab in the back of his mind. What was that? Single quote. Rimuru attempted. Appraisal. Skill was blocked. Single quote. Oh, how very interesting. He then noticed how the slime subtly glanced around at Rem and Shira. I assure you, their stats are sufficient for the job. Rimuru glanced back at Anos in mild surprise. If need be, I can bring out Saluka to aid them. Rimuru chuckled lightly. Saluka? That a salamander or something? Yes. She waited for a few moments, eventually realizing there was no punchline. That was a joke. You seriously named it that? He raised an eyebrow and nodded. Yes, I did name her that. Everyone keeps saying that. Why? Well, it's, Rimuru coughed, as if clearing her throat. Anyway, I'm glad you're here to help. Just tell us what's going on, Rem urged. Rimuru nodded. I'll let the chief explain it, he knows the situation best. In turn, the shaky old goblin stepped forward. Still apprehensive about their new guests. Ever since the great Veldora disappeared, the direwolves have been steadily expanding their territory. They have been hunting us, killing and eating anything that doesn't run away in time. You've survived this long, what happened? Shira wondered. My son, the strongest among us, acted as our defender and greatest warrior. But even he too was overwhelmed by their sheer numbers. Anos nodded in understanding. A goblin that strong is impressive. The chief smiled sadly. Indeed he was. It was because he had been given a name. Anos was surprised by that revelation. Oh, by who? I can't remember. Rem was somewhat perplexed. A name? Why is that so important? Monsters are different from the mortal races, Anos began. They live as nameless beings, just regarded no different than any animal in the confines of the system. They grow much stronger when given a name, as it marks them as being more than just an animal. The more mana the one who names them possesses, the more powerful they can become. Rem nodded in understanding before something seemed to click in her head. Is that why you named Saluka? Yes. Most summons are monsters, so they benefit from that process. Though how exactly it works with the new system may be slightly different. I will get her to evolve into a red dragon one day as well. Even if the new system doesn't allow it. Rimuru watched the unfolding events quietly. I'm just going to pretend I understand any of that. Very well. As it stands, I only see one solution to this. And that is, find the alpha, force it into single combat, and kill it. Thus making the pack kneel to the alpha's slayer as the new alpha. An exclamation mark seemed to literally jump out of the slime as it cooed and thought. Oh, that's pretty smart. Though, who'll fight it? Anos leaned against a tree and folded his arms. Rem and Shira are the ones here to complete the quest, that's between you and them. I could give you my recommendation on who should. Not sure you would enjoy it, though. Rimuru slumped down, anticipating Anos' suggestion. I have a bad feeling about this, but let's hear it. You. He smirked. You. Anos smirked. Rimuru's body flattened out in disappointment. I was afraid you'd say that. It's the perfect choice. The alpha will die, and you and your goblins will gain direwolf allies and mounts. But it's not really my fight. But you are the goblins' leader, are you not? I mean, technically. So it's best for you to be the one to kill the alpha. And become the pack's new alpha. Rimuru glanced back at the goblins, who stared at her with a mix of fear and hope, then back to Anos, still conflicted. I agree. This time Rem spoke up. Besides, the direwolves would be expecting a demon lord or a pantherian to actually put up a fight and prepare. Against a slime they might slip up. A tasty blueberry slime. Anos put a hand on her shoulder. Hold yourself back and I'll give you something even better later. She looked at him with a pout before sighing. Okay. Rimuru decided it best not to try and figure out what that meant. Before the conversation could go further, deep, bellowing howls echoed from the distance. Anos smirked. Ah, good. We won't have to go and find them. Accepting her situation, Rimuru rolled toward the gate before looking back at the others. Shira, Rem, was it. In case things go south, can you stand at the gate and guard the goblins? Shira's head tilted to the side slightly and thought. Why would we be going south? Never mind. She shook side to side as if shaking her head. Just stay there in case this doesn't go as planned. Sure. She beamed before she and Rem flanked the gate. Anos, meanwhile, stood behind that same tree to watch events unfold. They're coming, Rem announced as her eyes reflected the light. A sea of dark gray fur and teeth plowed through the clearing towards the village. Shira gulped slightly at the sheer number of direwolves. That's a lot of wolves. It's likely the result of many packs coming together under one alpha, Anos started. It likely killed or exiled the other alphas. Swell, Rem grumbled. The wolf at the head of the sea of wolves stopped as they approached, a large wound over its right eye. It growled at the sight of the fence. Shira stared at the monster in surprise. That wolf is huge, Anos nodded in agreement. That would be the alpha. Rimuru tumbled forward through the gate to meet the force head-on. After thinking for a moment, she spoke. Turn back now and we won't take any action. Leave this place at once. Rem looked at her incredulously. Does she really think it can understand her? There's no reason it can't, Anos argued. Such insolence. A deep voice shouted, seemingly from all directions. Shira's eyes went wide in shock. It can talk, I think. In a way, it's telepathy. Rem looked at Anos in surprise. Seriously? Quote, yes. Most monsters have no ability to communicate at all. However, those with slightly higher intelligence can communicate their thoughts and intentions to other monsters via telepathy. How well those other monsters grasp the ideas depends on how smart they are. I had no idea. Those with even higher intelligence can communicate to other races as well, not just monsters. They don't have the ability to truly speak, but rather communicate their thoughts through telepathy. Molding the mana their bodies put out, no different to how our lips mold the air. Wow. Anos frowned in mild disappointment. Even a low-rent summoner should understand that. I don't think even the best summoners in Arkstrata know monsters can speak, Rem noted in disbelief. The alpha snarled in offense. You think some lowly slime can order around us direwolves? Trample down that fence. Spill the blood of those lowly goblins. He let out a bone-chilling howl as members of the pack suddenly charged. Rem readied one of her summons as Shira pulled out her bow. The alpha's lips curled up in a smirk before some of the charging wolves began to receive cuts and wounds seemingly out of nowhere. Some fell to literal pieces, others were driven back. The rest who did not suffer those injuries were met with a hail of arrows as the goblins fought back, launching crude arrows of stone from bows made of branches, some landing square on the heads of the wolves. "You damned greenskins." However, the alpha gasped when he saw blood seeming to trail in the air, before releasing it was dripping from threads suspended between the trees. Anos smirked in mild surprise. "Ho! Spider silk tripwires. Impressive." Rimuru chuckled proudly. "That's actually one of my skills. Steel thread." The hairs along the alpha's back stood up as his confusion turned to rage. "So this is your doing, slime?" "Yep," Rimuru answered proudly. "A puny monster like you dares do this. I will squash you." He suddenly charged like a bullet. One of the wolves next to him, a wolf with white patches of fur, attempted to calm him, but was ignored. It rushed through the clearing, grabbing an ipping down the suspended wires before leaping through the air at Rimuru. "Great Rimuru!" the old goblin shouted, only for the alpha to suddenly stop mid-air, struggling to move. What is this? How do you like my sticky thread?" Rimuru boasted. The alpha struggled and strained to break free. "This won't hold me." Rimuru rolled back slightly, a depression forming just below her eyes. Water blade. A sudden burst of water, moving like a flash of silver, shot from her mouth and passed through the alpha. Tense seconds passed as the alpha's eyes stared, locked in rage, before blood began to drip from its mouth. "It's over," Anos declared. With a loud squelch, the alpha's head fell from its body and rolled to the ground. Swift and precise. Rem's jaw almost dislocated as she watched the events with awe. Letting the body drop, Rimuru rolled toward and looked to the direwolves, who all sent intense growls and howls of rage. "Hear me, direwolves," she announced as loud as she could throw her voice. "Your boss is dead. I'll give you a simple choice, submit or die." "They will submit," Anos assured. Rimuru was not so sure as the decorated direwolf, a blue star adorning its face, bared its fangs towards her. A chorus of snarls and growls echoing behind it. "Crap," Rimuru grumbled silently. "What if they choose the, we'd rather die than submit route?" Suddenly she tensed. "Oh, predator." Her whole body then expanded and consumed the corpse of the alpha, devouring and dissolving it in seconds. Anos raised an eyebrow in curiosity as he watched. Mimic. Rimuru was denly enveloped in a cloud of black smoke, out of which emerged a direwolf, more than double the size of the rest. "Listen well. I will give you this last chance. Yield to me now or leave this place." Rimuru then released a bellowing howl. The pressure of the shout shaking the literal air and rumbling the trees. What is this?" Shira exclaimed as both she and Rem embraced in confused fear. Anos' smirk widened to a full grin. Despite the typhoon Rimuru's howl created, the star-faced direwolf still pressed forward, shakily approaching Rimuru with each step. It's not working," she exclaimed in her mind. As soon as Rimuru's menacing howl ended, all the wolves, in unison, bowed down on their bellies, their voices ringing out as one. "Our pack yields to you." "Good," Anos stated. Rem watched in shock. Rimuru blinked a couple times, processing the situation. This actually worked. Single quote. One of the goblins spoke up as he looked at the trembling direwolves. Did we win?" the old goblin asked, not sure how to process the situation. Rimuru wordlessly shrunk back to her slime form. "Yep. It's good that there's no more need for fighting." She looked out over the submissive direwolves. "Yeah, nothing beats peace." Anos smirked proudly at the situation. "Not exactly how I anticipated it going, but a good result regardless." He then turned his attention to Rimuru. "Well done, Rimuru. You might have the potential to become a demon lord someday." Rimuru looked up at him mildly confused. "What's that?" He waved a hand dismissively. "Another time." He motioned to the village. "I think the goblins are ready to celebrate." Turning, Rimuru saw the goblins all dancing and cheering. Even the old man, who quickly buckled over, regretting his decision. "So go and enjoy yourself. Also, you may want to consider granting them names. They don't already. If they did, they wouldn't have had such trouble with these wolves." Rimuru nodded in return, though did not fully grasp the reasoning. Although, at this time, he noted, stopping to look at the goblins. I don't know if they'd give that much attention at this time. Probably best to address the issue tomorrow. Right. What about you three? I think it best we return. Rem then interjected. Oh, right. We'll need some way to verify we completed the quest for you. Oh, Rimuru hummed in thought. As a signature, okay. That should be fine, Anos replied. Opening his palm, a lump of charcoal appeared in a small flash of light, which he tossed to her. Rimuru caught it with a pseudopod, but was impressed by the act. Ooh, how'd you do that? Magic. Magic can create stuff. Yes, he nodded, slightly perplexed. Anyone versed in even the basest of magic should be able to do at least that. Rem and Shira just stared deficiently. Really? She wondered. I'll need to find a book on basic spells then. Rem sighed in frustration. If you're after stuff like that, don't bother. Spells like that are only known by the highest tier mages. Anos frowned in disappointment as he folded his arms. And this is why I worry so for the modern people. Because in my day this spell was common for even novices. Oh, Rimuru deflated slightly in disappointment before catching onto something he said. Wait, in your day? He nodded plainly. I died 2,000 years ago and came back. CK when these two summoned me to try and be their familiar. They failed, hence the slave seals on them. She just stared at him silently. Which actually interfered with my planned rebirth and resulted in me returning at my full power. Thinking for another moment, Rimuru just sighed in defeat. I don't really get it, but I think it's not something I need to worry about. Anyway, thanks for your help. We didn't really do much though, Shira lamented. Anos patted her head gently. You helped prevent goblins from getting eaten. Rem shot him an incredulous stare. I still think your naming is messed up there. That is what they have always been called. They are also not related to imps in any way, he returned firmly. Now come, let's return to Faltra. Right. Shira cheered with a fist pump. He globes dancing around her top in response. Rem stared at the unreadable signature the slime had imparted on the paper, Shira humming happily next to her as they walked. Are you sure it's okay to leave that slime in charge of everything? Anos nodded in assurance. Yes, she seems like a very capable ball of jelly. Rem raised an eyebrow before looking up at him. Actually, how do you know it's a she? I thought slimes just were. His answer was simple. Appraisal. Her ears flattened slightly, almost in disappointment. Oh, that makes sense. She is also a reincarnate, he added. Shira's ears perked straight up in amazement. Really? Slimes can reincarnate? More like people can be reincarnated into them. She blinked a few times in thought before a sobering image filled her mind. People can reincarnate as monsters. Wait, so that means we might be killing a monster that used to be someone. Anos shrugged in response. Considering Rimuru is the first time I've encountered it, I would suspect it's extremely rare. So I wouldn't worry about it. Besides, if they reincarnate as a monster and hurt people without cause, then they have earned their death. Though if EY do attack people, there is a high chance of it being self-defense. Rem nodded, confused and slightly concerned. She stopped when she noticed Anos' attention was elsewhere. Following his gaze, Shira and Rem both saw a small cave entrance with bones littering the ground, a foul stench emanating from inside. What is that? Anos narrowed his eyes as he approached it. This cave, it is an imp cave. Looking around the area and peering inside, a small ball of fire formed in his hand. I'm going to clear it out. Her ears flattened against her head in worry. Okay, I understand the reason, but isn't it best to just ignore them? No, he answered sharply as he dug into one of his pockets with his free hand. Imps should have been wiped out by now. I didn't have the time to properly focus on them with the war going on. Since my descendants couldn't do it, I will. He then proceeded to toss Saluka's summoning crystal behind him, which exploded in a burst of smoke, Saluka appearing, ready to fight. However, he provided her different orders. Saluka, keep guard here with Rem and Shira. If any imps try to come out, fry them, same if any come back. However, do not eat them. Their blood is poisonous. Saluka huffed through her lips as an answer. Anos accepted that response and made his way into the cave. Rem and Shira, meanwhile, ducked close to Saluka's sides in case any imps made their way out. Anos looked around the cave as he entered. It was pitch black inside, but thanks to being a demon, he had near-perfect night vision. As he looked around, he began to notice fresh scrapes on the walls. And blood in various places. It looks like someone else is here. He confirmed his suspicions when he saw a strip of hair on the ground. Someone female. He intensified the strength of the flame in his hand. As he progressed further into the cave, he began hearing the sounds of clashing metal and shouting voices. "Get away from her!" shouted one voice before a loud thud echoed through the cave. Peering ahead, he saw a group of girls up ahead, the first of which was a petite blonde with short hair and deep blue eyes. She swung a long staff at one of the imps who tried to pin her comrade. A purple-haired elf with pigtails who sat against the wall, her bow snapped. Both of the girls were covered in many, albeit superficial, injuries. The imp snarled as it stood up, before seeing the leader of the group. A human mage with long, dark blonde hair, tied around her forehead with a blue, holding a wooden staff with a small blue orb at the top. Sniggering, it leapt at her. Just before it reached her, a bolt of black fire soared through the air and hit the imp, vaporizing it mid-air in a blast of sparks. The blonde stammered. "It would seem I arrived in time to begin exterminating," Anos remarked as he approached the group. The cloaked blonde looked in surprise as Anos approached. Who? The elf frowned in frustration and tried to stand, but then noticed an imp trying to sneak away from the area. Anos too noticed it and snapped his fingers, resulting in the imp's body exploding like a popped grape. That should be all of the imps in this area. Looking at the group, he noticed 4 people in total. Is it just the 4 of you? The last member of the group, a muscular woman holding a large axe, wearing a tattered brown tunic, her light blonde hair a mess, growled in frustration. Right now, there were originally 7 of us, but that jerkass and his groupies took off when those goblins showed up. They must have been humans, he noted dryly. She tilted her head in confusion. Maybe. Anos' attention was diverted when he heard distorted growls and grumbles from deeper in the cavern. I see the rest appear to be home as well. He then raised a hand. After which a complex magic circle, a large symbol made of lines and various characters, appeared in the air. I would recommend you lot get out of this cave. I'm about heat things up. The first blonde just blinked a few times in mild bewilderment. What? He just sighed. Just get out of here. Right, she stammered at the harshness in his voice, helping her archer come her aid to her feet as the 5 made their way out of the cave. Ogres. A massive, swirling orb of deep black flames formed at the tip of his finger before swelling and suddenly shooting forward. Flying further down the cavern. After fading from sight, there was a sudden flash, followed by a gout of flames racing out towards the group as the ball exploded. The girls practically stumbled over each other as they sprinted for the mouth of the cave. Outside, Rem and Shira waited before the 4 came running out of the cave frantically. Get down, the brunette exclaimed as the 4 hit the ground. Rem and Shira instantly saw why as the burst of flames raced behind them, crouching down low next to Saluka as the fire burst out of the mouth of the cavern and dispersed into the air around them. As the flames died down and developed into little more than smoke, the axe wielder sat up and looked at the mouth of the cave, which was still brimming with fire. Did he get out? Asked the blonde with the ribbon on her head. Moments later, Anos walked out of the conflagration with no injuries. The purple-haired elf's jaw dropped. Are you serious? Anos just smirked at the 4 newcomers. Did you really think I'd be hurt by my own spell? That's usually what happens when you're caught in the middle of a huge explosion, the short-haired blonde noted dryly. An explosion that was nothing but my own mana. The elf was about to snap back when she realized there was extra heat around her. Turning, she saw Rem and Shira cowering next to the towering form of Saluka. What the hell? She exclaimed as she jumped to her feet. Rem sighed in exasperation. I know, but believe it or not, she's harmless. Mostly. Saluka added to the comment by looking at the elf and licking her lips. She felt a shiver up her spine. Harmless my ass. Just who the hell are you people? The short-haired blonde sighed and bowed in discretion. What my friend here means is, thank you for saving us, but who are you? Anos pointed to everyone in succession and introduced them. The salamander is Saluka, the feline is Rem Galu, and the bosmer is Shira L. Greenwood. The long-haired blonde blinked in surprise. Greenwood. Anos nodded and got a better look at the girls. And you are? Arki Eb Ryle Furt, the short-haired blonde answered first. Her short, chin-length hair spread out at the ends. Her bangs held in place with a small, brown hairband. Her outfit was relatively simple, a pink tunic with layered, leather armor over top, brown gloves, thigh-high leather boots, and a placid expression that betrayed her experience of the world. "Amina," answered the elf, her dark purple hair tied neatly into twintails, her light green eyes staring intensely and suspiciously at Anos and the others. Her asymmetrical leather armor battered and torn from the battle. "Oh, Ellen." Next was the anxious, long-haired blonde. Her blue eyes darting around not sure what to do. Her long red top, which was bound with a white corset, pushing up her moderate bust, slightly dirtied and torn, her pleated, pink skirt barely hanging on. Beatrice, the last member of the group, answered, her damaged and worn outfit tightly hugging her voluptuous and muscular figure. Anos nodded in approval. "Good to know. And you?" Ellen asked sheepishly. "Anos Voldigod," he replied with a confident smirk. Ellen and Arki both bowed again, Ellen offering, "Nice to meet you. And, thank you for saving us." Anos frowned in mild discontent. "I suppose my name has truly been lost in this era." Arki tilted her head slightly. "Pardon." He waved a hand dismissively. "Ignore it." However, he noticed Arki's eyes flash momentarily, followed by her body stiffen before her limbs started trembling. "Are you injured?" No, she answered slowly, trying to maintain her composure. He muttered, looking her over. "Ah, you have mystic eyes, don't you?" She paled in response and began to bow desperately. I'm sorry." Beatrice began to sweat in worry as she looked at Arki. Hey, Arki, what's going on? This man, his power is overwhelming, intoxicating," he teased, only for Arki to suddenly collapse where she stood. He frowned in disappointment. "Not the reaction I was hoping for." Shira walked up to Arki as Beatrice helped her stand up. "Is Anos, Mana really that scary?" Archer, shivering in place, looked at her in disbelief. How can you stand it?" Beatrice, confused and frustrated, asked what was on her mind. "Care to enlighten us on just what the hell is going on?" Shira, without thinking, answered bluntly. "Anos is a demon lord." Every fiber in Rem's body tensed. "Why, you stupid elf." Shira gasped, realizing what she said. Try to forget that." Beatrice looked at the elf in shock, before noticing the brand on her chest. Looking at Rem, she saw the same, and then turned her gaze on Anos, glaring. Anos sighed and folded his arms. "Don't try it. I'd rather not have to hurt you after what you've been through. Just know they are indentured servants as a result of trying to turn me into their summon." Amina grabbed for the dagger on her waist. "And why the hell should we believe that?" Rem swiftly jumped between the group and Anos. "Listen, it's true. It's complicated, but we tried to summon him and it didn't go well." Amina narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Arki, still trembling from terror, spoke up, "Please, even if it is a lie, we die." Anos folded his arms with a huff. "Besides, if I had any foul intentions, I'd Avenue just left you there to become brood mothers." Amina and Arki both recoiled at the mere notion. Ellen then stepped forward. Look, I'm sure there's reasons for all of this. Can we please not have a repeat of the tavern?" Smirking, Anos interjected. "While that sounds like an entertaining story, I doubt the lot of you want to recall it in the state you're in." "Why, yeah," Ellen spoke up. So, let's just go somewhere to rest and get patched up." "Okay," she pleaded. After a few moments of thought, Amina and Beatrice nodded in apprehensive agreement. "Good. I know of a nearby village." Ellen blinked a couple times in surprise. "Out here." Beatrice was about to argue as well when her stomach began to rumble loudly. "I am sure there will be food for the Alanian as well." She just pouted in annoyance. The group walked up to the village. As they did, Ellen noticed that the inhabitants were mostly goblins and direwolves, causing her stomach to drop. Are those hobgoblins and direwolves?" "Yes," Anos retorted bluntly. "And I was expecting elves or something." At that moment, one of the direwolves on the edge spotted them, and growled at their approach. It walked up to them, still growling, but stopped when it noticed Anos. "Oh, you have returned already," a female voice emitted from its telepathy. Rem stared in disbelief. "And now another one is talking." Arki B. linked in surprise before a small smile formed on her placid lips. A talking dog, my sisters would love it. Ellen, however, abandoned all caution and began petting the direwolf's head. So cute. Direwolf tensed and tried to present herself as stoic. I am not cute. I am a proud direwolf. And yet your tail won't stop flapping, Anos noted with a smirk as her tail wagged wildly, before. She swiftly and immediately tucked it under one of her legs. He just chuckled in amusement. So what did she name you? The direwolf shook her head in response. She did not name me. Our pack leader, Ranga, was the only one she named. And yet you evolved, clearly. She nodded. As a pack, direwolves act as one unit. We're all connected, so his name became the name of our clan. Anos put a hand on his chin and thought. Interesting. Even I had not considered a shared name to make an entire pack evolve. Yes, we have evolved into the Tempest Wolves, she answered proudly. Interesting. After a short pause, Ellen looked between Anos and the Tempest Wolf. Wait, so she doesn't have a name. Is that really the pressing issue here? Amina argued. Ellen looked the wolf over before noticing a vibrant stripe of red fur that started on her head and swept down her back. How about Stripe? The Tempest Wolf's ears drooped slightly as she did not seem fond of the name. Red Stripe. You will be red, Anos declared. Rem and the others just stared at him. He put a hand on his hip obstinately. What? She has a red patch of fur. Thus, red. Rem sighed in defeat. You really are like the Crimson Mages. Red, however, raised her head proudly. I like it. Good to know, Anos remarked proudly. I will take you to the Goblin Chief. Great Rimuru is currently unconscious. How come? Shira asked, worried. Likely as a result of naming so many monsters so quickly, Anos explained. Yes, that exactly, Lord Anos. Shira's ears drooped somberly. Oh, once she builds up enough mana back, she should be fine, Anos urged. This way, Red urged before turning around. Good girl. Red's tail stood up slightly straighter after that. Red brought the group to meet a tall, incredibly muscular, and toned goblin with messy gray hair, sharp, tusk-like teeth protruding from his bottom lip, and heavily sunken eyes that almost appeared black. Ah, can I help you? Rem looked at the man in thought. Don't tell me, he blinked a couple times. You're the Goblin Chief. I am, he answered with a proud smirk. Shira's thoughts burst out instantly. You got jacked. Anos nodded in affirmation. So giving you a name caused your body and abilities to increase drastically. As I thought they would. Ah, another voice gasped. Anos turned and saw a young goblin woman with light green skin and pointed ears, her hair a short, messy mat of lilac just above her dark brown eyes, walking by carrying a bucket of water. He took particular note of the girl's voluptuous figure, which was barely sealed by two pieces of cloth haphazardly wrapped around her bulging breasts and thick hips. You're the demon lord that helped us before, she exclaimed, running up to the group, her orbs threatening to bounce out of her top as she did. He nodded with his usual smirk. I am. And what did she name you? I'm Haruna, she greeted with a smile. He nodded in approval as he looked her over. A very beautiful name to match the rest of you. Quote. She just smiled even brighter. Great Rimuru gave it to me. However, her attention was then drawn to Ellen's group, all of whom were in worn clothes, covered in bruises and scratches. Oh no. Are they hurt? Not badly. They need new clothing and somewhere to rest. They did just survive a run-in with imps in their cave after all. Haruna's brown eyes widened in shock. Seriously. Looking them over again, she turned to him in worry. Are you sure they're okay? Anos turned to the group. Were any of you hit by blades or arrows? Ellen looked and then shook her head. Amina got scratched by a couple of them, and I think Arki got hit with a few rocks. That should have been mentioned earlier, but it won't be an issue. Haruna, is there a hut they can use? Yes, right this way. She replied frantically and made her way towards an unoccupied hut on the edge of the village. What's wrong with her? Ellen asked as Amina started to stumble and slumped onto a patch of hay. Poison. Anos answered plainly. Imps tend to cover their weapons in poison and feces. Naturally, they don't clean their hands, so their claws are covered in it as well. That's disgusting, Amina growled as she felt her stomach turn. It can be dealt with easily. A small bottle of luminous red liquid appeared in his hand in a flash of light. What's that? Arki wondered. An elixir. Cures poisons and infections, and heals wounds. He then handed it to Amina, who greedily drank the whole flask. She'll be okay, right? Beatrice asked. After some rest to let it take effect, she'll be fine. After answering, he noticed Red curled up next to her, asleep, Ellen also asleep and using the Tempest Wolf as a pillow. Smiling to himself, he stood up. I believe you your friends could all do with some rest. Now, Haruna. Where is Rimuru? Right this, Lord Anos, Haruna requested and led him out of the hut. Haruna brought Anos to the large hut at the center of the village, where Rimuru sat on a small pedestal, almost completely devoid of color and flattened out. He nodded to himself as he looked at her. Ah, mind down. She must have used too much mana when naming you. Will she be okay? Haruna asked, worried. Yes. On her own she'll recover in a few days. With a mana potion she will recover even faster. A mana potion? I'm not sure what that is, but where would we even get one? Anos held a small bottle of blue liquid in his hand, snapped the cap off, and dumped the contents onto Rimuru's incapacitated form. The liquid shimmered as it was absorbed into her. Haruna cooed in amazement. After a few seconds, Rimuru's body suddenly turned bright blue and she jumped up, her eyes reappearing on the front of her body. Aha! Fully recovered. Great Rimuru. Hearing Haruna's voice, Rimuru to see her and was taken aback at the sight. She thought for a few moments before giving up on thinking about it. Who? Anos decided to have a little fun with this. Oh how cruel you are, dear Rimuru. Already forgetting little Haruna. Shame. Rimuru looked her up and down in utter shock. Haruna. How did you grow so much? How long was I out? Anos answered plainly this time. Not long. The goblins and direwolves evolved from you naming them. Rimuru turned as Haruna looked at her, shifting excitedly where she stood, invariably causing her bust to bounce around as well. Haruna grew this much just from getting a name. I'll go and get Elder Rigard, she announced before leaving. Rimuru nodded lamely as she left. Sure, she then looked at Anos curiously. So how come you're back? We encountered some adventurers who'd gotten in over their heads and brought them here to rest. All of them are currently recovering from an encounter with imps and their poisonous nature. Are they okay? Yes. I created some antidotes to counteract the effects. They will be asleep for a bit to recover. One of your Tempest Wolves are with their group right now as well. That's good. Indeed. She didn't have a name, however. So I gave her one. Oh, that's good. Thank you. Great Rimuru. Rigard called out as he walked into the tent. You're awake. Rimuru heaved a small sigh of relief. Oh Rigard, I'm glad to see, which was instantly betrayed when she saw the immense man of muscle before her. Huh. Again, Anos chuckled lightly. Don't tell me you also forgot the chieftain too. For shame Rimuru. Rigard collapsed where he stood. You forgot. Did you use up so much power your memories are gone? No, not at all. Rimuru answered frantically, trying to calm the weeping goblin. You just look so different. Rigard looked at her for a moment before grinning and flexing his arms. It must be because I evolved from you naming us. Rimuru sat for a moment in confusion. Huh. Anos chimed in, you must have had a lot of pent-up mana in your body to evolve an entire tribe. Rimuru bobbed forward in a nod slowly. I guess. So, that explains why you all got so excited when I offered to give you names. The exchange was interrupted when the front wall of the hut exploded apart as something charged in. Letting the smoke clear, Rimuru and Anos saw the old Alpha's son, now much larger, sporting a ring of white fur around his neck almost like a mane, and the star on his head now having a long, conical horn emerging from it. Master, allow me to express my utmost joy at your recovery, he exclaimed with his tail wagging fiercely. Rimuru looked the huge wolf up and down. That star on your head, you're Ranga, right? Yes. Ranga answered enthusiastically as his tail began wagging so wildly it formed a small twister which shattered the hut apart. A nice breeze, Anos noted, completely nonplussed as the house fell to pieces and the blob of sentient slime was sent flying. However, he managed to catch her before she was sent too far. A moment later Ranga seemed to calm down and the wind tunnel died down. Rimuru swiftly saw the result of his excitement. Ah! Rigard slumped in defeat. Rimuru then took note of the gathered crowd and saw all the goblins and direwolves had evolved. Wow, they've all all of them are different. Anos nodded in affirmation. Yes. They are all now hobgoblins and goblinas, in addition to the Tempest Wolves. Rimuru looked up at him in disbelief. Just from receiving a name. I guess that explains why I ran out of mana. Which is why a young one like you should not name so many all at once, he criticized. Rimuru slumped slightly in his arms. Right, sorry. Red ran up to the others with Rem at her side. Are we under attack? I heard a twister. Rimuru bobbed side to side in denial. No. Ranga just got a little excited. Red grumbled and looked at the horned wolf in frustration. Papa. Ranga drooped his head with a whimper. Papa. Rimuru shouted in disbelief. Anos nodded to himself. That makes sense. Rimuru sighed and decided to save that question for Lat. And looked around the village at all the goblins and wolves. So, everyone evolved, huh? So it would seem. Rimuru extended a pseudopod and rubbed just beneath her eyes, as if scratching her chin. That presents new challenges. Many, Anos agreed as he gently stroked Red's head. Now I have to figure out the housing, food, and clothing for all of them. It should be relatively simple. He then began scratching behind her ear, resulting in her kicking her back leg in excitement. Rimuru just stared at him incredulously. I doubt it. After a pause for thought, she looked at Rigard. Hey, Rigard. Can you gather everyone in the middle of the village? He stood stock straight rigidly. Yes, great Rimuru. Rimuru sighed at his overzealous demeanor. Rimuru sat on a small tree stump with Ranga to her right and Rigard to her left, looking over the gathered goblins and Tempest Wolves, Anos standing slightly behind her. I don't recall there being this many of the goblins. Maybe it's just because they're bigger. Red wondered aloud. That could be it, Red. Rimuru looked up at Anos in mild disbelief. You named her, Red. I did. And, Rimuru acted like she was going to speak a few times before sighing in defeat. I suppose that'd be the pot calling the kettle black. Anos let out a small chuckle. Red just looked at the two, mildly confused. Rimuru formed a SMA. LL mustache just below her eyes as the group finally stopped chattering. Right. It took 5 minutes for all of you to quiet down. The gathered people looked at him, bewildered. Anos, meanwhile, let out a small laugh. Shira tilted her head side to side for a moment. I don't get it. He just patted her head gently. I suppose you don't need to. Great Rimuru, Rigard asked, what did you mean by that? Just forget about it. She stammered, spitting away the mustache. Anyway, first order our business. Rigard, I am granting you the title of Goblin Lord. Lord of the Goblins. It'll be your job to lead them. Rigard stared at him silently for a few moments before tears began streaming down his face and, again, he posed while flexing. I, Rigard, accept this responsibility on pain of death. She did not expect him to take her random appointment so seriously. Gee, good. Next is, as I'm sure you can all tell, we've got quite a bit family now. So to avoid problems, I think we should set down some rules. Rule number 1. No fighting amongst yourselves. Anos chimed in with his own addendum to that. Sparring should be allowed, though only in specified areas. She nodded in agreement. Oh, yeah, good idea. Ahem. Rule number 2. No belittling other races. Anos again gave his opinion. Treat them the way you yourself want to be treated. But conversely, treat them the way they treat you. Haruna then raised a hand. Yes, Haruna. Rimuru called out, pointing to her. What do you mean exactly? Nodding, Rimuru elaborated. Well, on top of what Anos said, remember, you've all gotten stronger by evolving, right? Don't let that get to your heads and make you start pushing around weaker races. Don't make the mistake of thinking you're better than them. Indeed, show humans in Altmer you're better than them. By not stooping to their level. But if they attack you, feel free to rip their arms off and beat them to death with it. Rimuru flinched and then spoke up, this time less assured. Actually, that's rule number 3. Unless you can't avoid it, don't attack humans. Anos looked to her in thought. Only humans. Rimuru looked up at him, confused. That's it, isn't it? There are many sentient races. Really? She stuttered, feeling called out. Rem was the one to respond this time. Aside from humans there's also pantherians, wood elves, dark elves, high elves, chianthropes. Grasswalkers, dwarves, centaurs, prums. That's just the main ones. She then looked around the area in thought before letting out an exasperated sigh. I guess we can include goblins in that list now too. Rimuru curled up tighter at the sudden influx of information. Right, well, unless it can't be avoided, don't attack anyone. Anos, brow curled slightly in thought. Especially humans. They live in large groups, and if they think we're a threat, they'll come at us in force. So it's best to try and get along with everyone. I suppose everyone believes that at some point, he noted to himself. Looking around the group, Rimuru nodded. Right, now we to divide up who's going to do what. Anos walked back into the small hut and saw Amina was already recovering from her injuries. I see the potion is acting fast. So she'll be okay? Ellen questioned in worry. Of course, your half-elf friend will be fine. Archie and Ellen both heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Anos, however, glanced towards the edge of the village as something came to his attention. Rem noticed this and asked. Anos, we have company. She tensed in concern. Good or bad? They're not here for a tea party. He stood from where he was kneeling and made his way out of the hut. Rem frowned in concern and got up to follow him. There's no reason for you to come along. She began to say with authority before stopping herself and pivoting in her thought process. It just felt like the right thing to do. So be it. They reached the edge of the village and watched as one of the hobgoblins, riding a tempest wolf, was sent flying into a tree. What's the situation? The hobgoblin weakly sat up and pointed to where he had been thrown from. Oh, ogres. Anos turned and saw a small group of humanoids with brightly colored skin and simple, savage armor, all with large horns on their foreheads. Interesting. As he approached them, the group all locked eyes on him and tensed, clearly sensing the power he held. It would seem there's a disagreement going on here. Hopefully I can get this resolved without bloodshed. So what do you ladies and old gentlemen want? The seeming leader of the group stepped forward. She was a petite girl with long, thick, blonde hair and bright amber eyes with slitted pupils, two large black horns emerging from her forehead. Her slim, slender form was draped in an elaborate, yellow and white kimono, with only her hands, dark red and tipped with long claws, sticking out. Despite her small size, she wielded an elaborately decorated sword taller than she was. She looked at Anos and hissed. Enslaving monsters isn't something just anyone can do. You definitely seem the type that could. Who are you really? Asked a rag-eared old man with white hair and long white horns on his head, wearing a long gray outfit as he held onto a curved katana. Anos folded his arms in disapproval. Anos VOLDIGOAD. Enslavement is not something I dabble in intentionally. The old ogre's eyes seemed to widen for just a moment before returning to his placid expression. How convenient, another petite ogre noted. Her chin-length purple hair falling neatly around the two, large, red horns, which had golden ornaments hanging between them. Her lavender eyes looked Anos over suspiciously. He also took notice that her thin, lithe body was barely covered by black ornamental garments that provided very little coverage. The one behind it all came right to us, she said with a playful smirk that also held violence in it. Anos, however, was unfazed by her intimidation. I haven't the slightest clue what you're referring to. So, mind explaining? I have no intention of listening to what you have to say. The blonde exclaimed before slinging up the sword on her back, slamming it on the ground with a loud crash. Anos sighed in mild annoyance. I'm the one looking for an explanation. It won't serve to pay back even a fraction of what you've done to our people. But we'll have your head, she exclaimed, raising the immense sword with ease. Anos tilted his head slightly. Swinging the sword to her side, she charged forth at Anos with a howl. How annoying. He grumbled with a sigh that he infused with his mana. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew towards the blonde and struck her, sending her barreling back from the sheer force. Did you really believe charging head-on would be the best idea? Growling as she stood back up, she glared at the black-clad man. What did you do? I sighed. Of course, I did infuse some mana into my breath. But it wasn't very much. You should have been able to handle such a small amount. The girl snarled back at him. Damn you, you're mocking me. I am not. Just telling you the situation, little yellow ogre. Growling again, she suddenly charged from her position, this time skirting around Anos and swinging her blade. However, this time, her strike found only open air. Another of the ogres in the group, a hulking woman with long, green hair and a large, singular horn, took notice as Anos appeared in front of her and raised the massive hammer she wielded. He caught the hammer effortless ly with his left hand and smirked at her. Decent swing, green ogre. However, I'm going to need you to sleep for a little bit. He then reached up his right hand and snapped. His fingers, resulting in a small pulse flowing from him that encompassed the ogre, causing her to suddenly become drowsy and stumble forward before collapsing onto the ground, unconscious. Another of the ogres, who had wild purple hair tied in a high ponytail, a large black horn, and a voluptuous figure, cried out in rage and rushed at him, her spiked mace raised high up. Anos put up his palm to catch the weapon, but to his surprise, it shattered to pieces upon impact. The ogre gasped in disbelief and leapt back slightly. Sorry about that. What did you do? Underestimated the strength of my personal barrier, mostly. It seems your mace couldn't handle the recoil. My apologies, you were clearly attached to it. She angrily threw the broken weapon aside and rushed at him with her fist. Naturally, he caught it effortlessly and swept her legs out from under her before slamming her against the ground. Sorry, but I need you to stay where you are. Raising his free hand, he snapped his fingers. After a moment, the ogre suddenly felt an invisible force squeezing her arms against her side and holding her to the ground. So, who's next to receive a timeout? Turning, he saw the old man and the blonde now standing side by side. He was about to speak again before reaching his up and catching a kitten between his fingers. Glancing behind, he saw the purple-haired ogre in the air. Behind him a downward strike that was stopped mid-air by his catch. She stared at him with a cold expression of anger mixed with shock. The blue one. I do apologize, but I need you to sit over there for a bit. Still holding her blade, he swung her down, slamming her against the ground, and then tossed her to the side so hard she slammed against a tree and was knocked unconscious. The old man put and up as the blonde prepared another attack. Be watchful, young master. If what that man says is true, this may be a battle we can't win. The blonde snarled angrily as the last of the ogres, a girl with pink hair dressed as a priestess, trembled where she stood. Anos smirked with interest. Oh, I see you know my actual name and not the falsehood the people of this era are taught. The blonde crouched down and prepared her strike. Her rage growing. Grr, it doesn't matter. He's a demon, and they're the ones responsible. Anos, interested smirk flattened somewhat at her obstinance. Tell me something. Do you know the difference between a demon and a devil? She launched from her spot towards, at immense speed. Be still, he commanded coldly, and she stopped mid-air as she suddenly felt a pressure from all sides holding her body in space. Now, answer my question. You bastard, she cursed, trembling to escape the hold. You did it. You killed them. He folded his arms in disappointment. I've killed quite a few people in my time, so I'm going to need you to be more specific. Besides, I've only been back in my territory for a week or so. A couple weeks you say? The old ogre asked, keeping his expression muted. The blonde glanced back at him angrily. You're believing him? Anos ignored her and answered the man's question. Yes, still learning how the world has grown and changed since I've been gone. Unfortunately, most of the answers I'm getting are very disappointing. The old man sighed deeply and fully sheathed his sword. So, you truly are he, the demon king of tyranny, ruler of the devils. That I am. Returned to this world earlier than normal by a feline and Bosmer flubbing a summoning. The blonde ogre continued to struggle, and she began to actually fight against the force of Anos' constraints. I see you're actually still able to move somewhat. Good. Before she could fight any further, the last of the ogres jumped in front of her and the old man with her arms spread wide. Please wait. Stop fighting. What are you doing? The blonde snarled, as the anger seemed to give her extra strength to fight against her bonds. Stopping you from getting yourself killed. She shot back. Calming her expression somewhat, she spoke to the blonde once more. Please, I believe this person isn't the one responsible. The blonde snarled in derision. You heard him. He said it himself. He's the demon king. Just think about it. She insisted. Why would someone as powerful as him need to use underhanded tactics like luring the pigs to attack us? Anos raised an eyebrow with intrigue as he listened to her. If he wanted to, he could surely have killed us on his own. I firmly believe he has no connection to the demon who attacked our village. The bee. Londa's expression morphed slightly from anger to confliction. Anos interjected, I am also not one to slaughter my subjects, or those who could be potential subordinates of mine. Your tribe being aided in Melromark makes you my subjects by default. And your potential makes me want you as subordinates. The pink-haired ogre added, don't forget, the demon who attacked us wore a mask. Anos folded his arms with a dismissive huff. Must be a pathetic one if he had to hide behind a mask. The blonde's face twisted multiple times with uncertainty. She turned her expression to the old man. Elder, you said yourself, this man is an old, powerful devil, not a demon, correct? The old man nodded slowly. The blonde stared at the ground before looking back up at Anos with guilt in her eyes. Seeing this, he smiled and snapped his fingers, the spell binding her releasing, and dropping her to the ground. It seems I made a mistake because of desperation. The blonde ogre sat on her knees, her eyes pointed to the ground. It seems I made a mistake because of desperation. That is indeed true, Anos lectured. Be grateful I am not a human. Turning on his heel, he ordered, now, come with me to the village. We have a lot to discuss and this is nowhere to do so. The blonde looked at him in confusion. Are you sure? We injured your comrades. Anos turned back to her and argued. The injuries were all superficial, and I can tell you weren't trying to kill them. After all, if you were, they would all already be dead. Now, I assumed a lot of you don't have names, correct? Why, yes, that is correct. She answered unsurely. Then as a reward for proving your potential to me, I shall bestow each of you with names. Her eyes almost popped out of her head in awe. Why, you will. Yes. But let's return to the village first. Glancing to the side, he saw the green-haired and purple-haired ogres were still unconscious. Oh, and I should probably heal your comrades first. Anos sat in the small hut where Arki and the others were staying, sitting across from the 6 ogres who all patiently waited to hear the names he had for them. Now, tell me what has caused you to go around attacking random devils you encounter in the forest. The blonde nodded and seemed to think for a moment. Our village was attacked and razed to the ground by an army of thousands of orcs. That got his attention fully. Orcs. How could orcs overpower a village of ogres, regardless of the quantity? They weren't normal orcs, the old man argued. Anos narrowed his eyes in thought. One of them was named. Were they not? The blonde shook her head. I don't know. I do know they weren't normal. They were organized. They had weapons, armor, tactics. They were wearing plate armor, like the kind humans wear. Anos sighed in mild annoyance as she continued. But that wasn't the worst part. They had help. They were being led by a demon wearing a mask. Her fists clenched in desperate anger. I saw him standing over my father's body. What a cowardly demon. She then slammed her fist against the floor. And before I could catch him, he teleported away. Anos nodded in return. Yes, sounds like a coward. So you're hunting demons to find the one who destroyed your village. To be specific, the one giving him his orders, the old ogre added. The pink-haired princess nodded in affirmation. We have reason to believe one of the demon lords is involved. Anos folded his arms in consideration. Must be one I don't know then. Grima is like me and not was. Tefel with potential recruits and would not actively harm my territory. Ariel is more focused on the eradication of the Altmer. My sweet baby girl Milam is not much for plots or having subordinates. That only leaves Nobunaga, but I don't see her being interested in the affairs of mortals either. It must be one of the ones who has ascended since my disappearance. Hope my wives call a conference soon so I can meet them all. The blonde blinked in mild confusion. Wives? He nodded plainly. Yes, Grima and Ariel are my wives. She was not sure how to respond to that and just stayed silent in bewilderment. Now, we're done with that. I can get to naming you. The pink-haired ogre frowned slightly in concern. Are you sure? Yes. Do you doubt my ability to provide you names? Rem sighed with a shrug. Prepare for Crimson Demon level names. The blonde looked at her, mildly confused, before looking back at Anos. Anos then looked over the ogres before nodding to himself. You, the leader, he stated. Pointing to the blonde. You will be Ibaraki. Old man, I will call you Hakuro, he declared, motioning to the old ogre. Shian and Shuna will be your names, he stated, pointing T. O the purple-haired ogre with one horn and the pink-haired princess in succession. Next he looked to the slim, purple-haired ogre. You will be Shuden. And you will be Hoshiguma, he added, motioning to the ogre with green hair. Rem just sighed to herself. You must never meet those mages. Yawning, Anos then stood up. Now, I think that's enough playing around. All of you get some rest. I will see about improving what you have tomorrow. Right, Ibaraki answered uncertainly. Good. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to speak with a slime. Rimuru glanced up from her pedestal as Anos walked into the shaky hut that had been reassembled by some of the hobgoblins. Anos, what's up? Just coming to you with some suggestions on what to do next for your territory. She tilted to the side slightly in curiosity. Oh, what do you mean? Simple things. Like making trade agreements with people that have smiths for weapons and armor and materials to improve your territory. Rimuru the N glanced up at the shoddily rebuilt shack around her, which the hobgoblins and tempest wolves had attempted to rebuild from when Ranga accidentally demolished it. It was barely holding itself together and about to collapse. Yeah, having the help of people that know how to build things would be a good idea. Indeed, your best bet to that end would be the Dwemer. Rimuru remained silent for a moment before looking up at him. What's that? Anos folded his arms in thought for a moment. The Shortmer who are master craftsmen intend to live underground. Rimuru thought for a few seconds before. An exclamation mark popped out of her head. Oh, do you mean the dwarves? He raised an eyebrow. A bit on the nose, but I suppose if that's you call them now. Again, she tilted to the side in curiosity. Anos waved a hand dismissively and moved the subject along. Forget it. Now, if their city is still in the same place, you're looking for a city built into the mountain called Dworgen. Got it, she answered with a nod. You may need assistance, as I don't see them letting a slime in the gate, even if she does talk. Dang, is there a way I can take the form of a human? If you consume a humanoid form, you can take its shape. Quote, yeah, I know about copying things I devour, but that'd mean I'd have to devour a person. He shook his head. Not necessarily. A homunculus body is a humanoid. Deformed and freshly made, they have no soul. A homunculus. But wouldn't that take years too? Anos reached out a hand, and a complex circle emblazoned with many sigils appeared on the ground and began glowing before the light condensed into the shape of a young woman with blue hair. Rimuru stared in disbelief. I didn't know there was a spell to do that. There wasn't. I just created the spell. You can do that. Yes, he answered plainly. Rimuru seemed to wait for something for a moment before turning her attention to the blank body before her. After a few moments of silence, Anos spoke up. Don't like it. I just came up with the look and proportions on the spot. No, I do, she answered somewhat uncertainly before engulfing the homunculus with her body, devouring it, and shrinking down to her normal size for a few moments. Anos smirked as he waited. After a few seconds, Rimuru's body began to shift and churn before forming a tall, humanoid shape. Eventually the shape coalesced and formed into a beautiful young woman with long, light blue hair that reached down to her well-toned bottom, parts hanging down just in front of her modest bust, and bright amber eyes that were dull for a moment before Rimuru fully awakened to the new form. Taking a moment to take stock of the body, she tested her hands and limbs before smiling with excitement. Whoa. It actually worked. This body is pretty light too. That has more to do with your composition as a slime than anything. As a side note, you may want to fashion yourself some clothes before going into Dworgen. Or not. Blinking in mild confusion, Rimuru looked down at the unclothed body she had morphed into before her face turned a vibrant shade of red. In the hut on the edge of the village, Arki sat with Shira, braiding her hair. So you're an elf. A wood elf, actually. I wonder what it's like too. Their conversation was interrupted by an ear-piercing shriek from the center of the village. Red sat up in alert. That sounded like great Rimuru. Shish, should we go check? Arki wondered uncomfortably. Probably, Rem urged as she and a few of the others left the hut, Red following behind them. Reaching the hut, they found Anos sitting against the front wall of the building, asleep. I guess even he can use up a little too much mana sometimes, Rem remarked. Shira tilted her head in slight confusion. He still has so much though. Right, the Pantherian retorted, pushing aside the claim before peering in. Rimuru, are you? She began to ask, before seeing the blue-haired woman dressing up in a blue sleeveless shirt. Baggy white trousers with blue accents, and blue slippers. Rem looked her up and down in confusion before looking around the room for the slime. Who are you? It's me, Rimuru answered in mild annoyance as she buttoned the top. Red's eyes widened in shock. When did you become a human? Rimuru pointed to the sleeping Anos with a flushed complexion. He made me a homunculus so I could eat it and gain this form. Rem opened her mouth several times to speak before sighing. I was about to ask where he got a homunculus, but I'm guessing he just made it. Well, yeah, figures. Rimuru was not sure how to process the cat-eared girl's reaction to the amazing information. You're awful calm about that. Rem just shrugged. Anos has a habit of doing things that should be impossible. Creating a homunculus out of nothing wouldn't even be high on the list from what I've seen so far. Wow. That aside, she remarked, waving away the topic, what do you need that form for anyway? Quote, I'm planning to go to Dworgen. While many of the hobgoblins and tempest wolves are fine at going after food, protecting the village, or hunting, none of them are particularly good at building or crafting. Rem nodded in understanding. What do you plan to trade to them? She blinked a couple times like her brain just shut off. Excuse me, if you want them to help, you're going to need to give them something. And I'm supposing you don't have any money yet. She slumped her shoulders. Oh, moments later her eyes shot wide as she remembered something. Oh, I have these. A small blob of gel formed in her hand before coalescing into a brightly shining healing potion. That potion is pure mana, just like the ones Anos makes, Shira remarked in awe. Rimuru smirked proudly and reabsorbed the potion. Yep, I found an almost endless field of hippoced herbs in a cave and ate them all, allowing me to fashion these really good potions from them. Rem's tail shot up in disbelief. You what? Quote. Rimuru lurched back at the cat's scream. What? How many? How many herbs did you gather? Rimuru raised an eyebrow in confusion. Let me ask. She closed her eyes and went silent for a few moments. Rem blinked in bewilderment. Ask. After a few seconds, Rimuru reopened her eyes. Apparently, I ate 4,324 hippoced herbs. Rem's face blanked as her eyes seemed to fade. What? Those herbs are almost impossible to find, especially that many at once. Oh, she mumbled before scratching her head in consideration. Well, I found all of them in that cave along with that ore. Shira blinked in thought. Ore. Rem was afraid to ask, but pushed forward. What? Ore? Rimuru hummed in thought. I think it was called, oh yeah, magic ore. Rem sighed heavily. How much? Laughing weakly, Rimuru closed her eyes. Let me check. Rem just stared blankly before walking over to one of the walls. Red remarked before walking slowly out of the hut. What? Rimuru asked in worry before Rem proceeded to slam her head against the wall of the hut. The barely holding together hut shook violently before it began to collapse. Everyone out. Rimuru exclaimed before everyone sprinted out of the hut as fast as they could before it fell in on itself. Seeing everyone around her, Rimuru sighed in relief. That is until Arki shrieked in fear. What is it? Arki pointed to the collapsed building, where Anos' feet were sticking out from under the rubble. Rimuru stared in absolute astonishment for several lengthy seconds. He slept through all that. After another few moments, Anos sat up through the rubble, dusting himself off as he stood and stretching. That's a rather rude way to wake someone up, you know. Rimuru and the others were more impressed by the fact a building just fell on him and his only complaint was the decorum of the situation. Honestly, use a bucket of ice water or a kiss next time. A house just fell on top of him and he's just fine, the human-shaped slime muttered in disbelief. Anos then noticed Rem just glaring in tired frustration at Rimuru. What's Rem upset about? A bunch of stuff Rimuru found, I think, Shira explained to the best of her understanding. Oh, like what? Hippoced herbs and magic ore, Rem answered, still mildly irritated. Anos was quiet for a moment before warning with a straight face, it had better not be my herb stash. I need something mellow out. Rimuru tensed and began to sweat. That depends, where is it? Anos frowned in disappointment. That was a joke. Oh, Oh, she blurted out as the tension eased. That being said, you must have gathered quite a bit of both to make Rem bring down the house like that. Quote. Rem answered his question. Based on what she said, she has well over 4,000 herbs and enough magic ore that she can't keep easy track of it all. That caused Anos to smirk confidently. Oh no, she paled. Why are you smiling? Shira wondered. He's going to do or suggest something insane again, I'm guessing. This will make matters much simpler. Dwemer simply love using magicite to craft as much as they can. Really? Rimuru asked, filing that information away. He nodded. Yes. I managed to get a small Dwemer city-state on my side by offering them all the magicite they ever needed. They eventually wound up betraying me, but that had more to do with one of my generals being an idiot than them being disloyal. I ended up having to destroy a few automatons in the ensuing battles. Rem sighed mild relief. For a minute there I thought you were going to say you wanted to use all that to make something crazy. He shook his head in denial. No, if I wanted to build something, I would use nethicite for that. Which is what in normal words, the ore soul gems are forged from. In their normal, unrefined, state they absorb ambient mana and miasma around the area and turn it into pure magical energy. Weapons forged from it can even kill immortals. Her eyes widened in disbelief. That's insane, I didn't know soul gems can do that. He interjected. Soul gems can't. Once they've been refined into that state they need directed mana. Oh, she answered, somewhat disappointed. Anos looked to Rimuru and added, so you have plenty to offer them for assistance. Rimuru. Right, she answered with an enthusiastic smile. Tomorrow we will head out with the other adventurers to there. It will be a bit of a walk, however. Also, we'll be stopping in Faltra first. Faltra? Rimuru asked, curious. The human city on the edge of the forest, Rem answered. Yes, we need to turn in that quest and get Ellen's group back to town, Anos explained. Rimuru put a hand on her chin and thought. I'm pretty sure this will be my first peaceful interaction with humans. Provided they don't learn you're a slime in disguise. Otherwise they kill you and use you as a jam for bread. Rimuru shuddered slightly before looking at him. I get the feeling you don't like humans very much. He shook his head in denial. I have plenty of humans I like just fine. As a race they proved problematic in my time, but that had more to do with the fact there was a war between humans and devils at the time. I had hoped that my plan would result in their views on other races improving over time, but it almost seems like it has only festered since then. Oh, though I am being truthful on what they do to you. Slime jelly is a delicious treat between two slices of bread. Yeah, Shira cooed before she began drooling, especially when it's been chilled. Rimuru slowly backed away from her. Anos let out a small laugh in amusement. You'll be fine. I highly doubt we will meet any human strong enough to hurt you. That's not exactly the issue, but okay. Several hours later, Anos and the others were gathered at the front gate to the village. Right, we just need to get the travel party together and we're done, Rimuru noted to herself. Anos nodded, gently petting Red's head. Indeed, we'll need the Tempest Wolves to hide somewhere once we reach Faltra. The denizens won't be a threat to them, but I'd rather not have to level the city just yet. Right, Red exclaimed before her body darkened and she dove behind Anos, seamlessly sinking into his shadow. Ooh, Rimuru shouted in surprised glee. That's handy. Can you do that, Ronga? Nodding, the horned wolf also disappeared into Rimuru's shadow. Good to know, Anos stated. Now, let's head out. Throwing down Saluka's crystal, she appeared in a flash of light before he jumped on her back. Arki watched as Shira and Rem did similar, jumping on the backs of some of the Tempest Wolves, and gulped. Looking to the gigantic wolf standing next to her. It's okay, he won't hurt you. Arki stuttered slightly as she turned to Rimuru. Beatrice, on the other hand, jumped on he back of the Tempest Wolf next to her like it was a horse without hesitation. Gulping, Arki did the same, with the wolf kneeling down slightly to make it easier. She was immediately amazed at how soft and fluffy the giant wolf's fur was. She reached out a hand to stroke his head. All right, let's go, Rimuru exclaimed as she sat on Ronga's back, right before the whole group took off as a blazing sprint. Awa! Arki shrieked as she suddenly and desperately grasped two fistfuls of fur to hold on. Anos, meanwhile, rode on Saluka's back, who sprinted at the same speed as the Tempest wolves without problem. Ellen and Archie watched him ride the back of the flaming lizard with disbelief. Beatrice, however, frowned in mild frustration. "Wish I had a salamander to ride." "Are you serious?" Ellen asked in disbelief. "It'd burn you alive. Haven't you heard of fireproof saddles?" "That's not exactly the issue." "Then what is?" Anos' eyes narrowed as he felt something approaching. "Eyes open, we've got company." Beatrice reached onto her back and withdrew the gigantic axe she carried with her, effortlessly hefting it with one hand. After a moment, the group saw something approach from the forest before a towering spider. Bone-white in color with multiple, brightly glowing red eyes, that easily stood well over 9 meters in height. Archie paled in terror as she saw the beast in their path. "Ah, an arch-taratect," Anos noted calmly. Without missing a beat, Rimuru reached out her hand. "Stop," Anos ordered, sticking out his arm before dismounting Saluka. Rimuru looked at him with complete bewilderment. Do you not see the giant spider?" Archie screamed. Rem just shook in disbelief. What's one that big doing out here? No need to shoot the messenger," Anos remarked as he approached the beast, which knelt down towards him. The beast looked over his shoulder towards Rimuru and the others. "They're not a threat, you can ignore them." The monster responded with a raspy groan before looking back at him. Rem felt her jaw nearly dislocate. "And I thought I was beyond being surprised by him at this point. I believe I mentioned Demon Lord Ariel as one of my wives, did I not?" Anos remarked to her. "Why, yeah, but when I had heard her referred to as the Demon Lord of Spiders, I didn't realize it was so literal. Titles have meaning, Rem. All Retex obey her as she created the queens, the mothers to all of them." Ellen tried to ball herself up as small as possible on the back of the wolf. "See, can we get done with the giant bug and go, please?" "Arachnid, but sure," he retorted before sticking his hand out. With some uncomfortable sounding retching, the spider spat out a small bag, from which Anos pulled a letter. Stowing the letter in his pocket, and burning the bag, he stuck his hand back out and a giant melon formed in his hand, which he promptly tossed in the air. The arch-taratect snatched it out of the air with the pedipalps, flanking its maw and swallowed it in one bite before stomping back off into the forest. Archie watched it leave before feeling a heavy sigh of relief, after which, something caught her attention. "Why did it take a melon? I thought they eat meat. Do you really think monsters of that size subsist on solely meat?" Archie tilted her head for a moment in thought, then tilted to the other side. "Yes, if they did, there'd be nothing alive left to eat with how much they need to consume," Beatrice answered. Anos smirked as he got back on Saluka's back. "Spoken like a true hunter. In training, I assume." As the group resumed their sprint, she looked at him, mildly confused. "I am, yeah. How'd you know? You dress and look like a Alanian, you know about monsters, and you have yet to make a hunter's weapon. Judging by that steel axe." Oh, she remarked, surprised at his insight. "What's the note say?" Shira asked, curious. "I'll read it myself when we reach Faltra." She chirped. Amina breathed a sigh of relief at the thought. "Finally, I get to sleep in a real bed again." Beatrice raised an eyebrow in thought. "You've been sleeping on one for the past couple days." Amina sent her a very irritated stare. "That was just a pile of hay with a fur pelt on top." And Amina practically felt her jaw drop. "You can't be serious," Anos interjected. "Alanians are a hardy people. They also live in the toughest lands, so a pile of hay with fabric covering it would be a bed." Amina looked at him in confusion before turning to Beatrice. "Shish, she did tell us she was from Alan, remember?" Ellen questioned. The half-elf just sighed. "I know, but I didn't realize they were that uncivilized." Beatrice twitched an eyebrow and put a hand on her axe. "See, come on now," Archie laughed weakly, getting between them in formation. "Let's not argue before we've even had a chance for a bath." "Right," the two grumbled in unison. As the ride continued, Amina looked around at the scenery of trees and shrubs whizzing by, eventually fading to grasslands. However, she then caught sight of Beatrice riding next to her. And more importantly, the two globes threatening to bounce out of He warriors' dress as they bounced and jumped with each gallop of the wolf she rode. Grumbling, she turned away from the brunette, only to catch sight of Shira next to Anos, whose own endowment shook with the pace. I know your pain, Rem commiserated with the half-elf, who promptly slumped in her seat with tears streaming down her cheeks. Anos watched the two with mild thought before looking ahead. Heads up, we're approaching the bridge of Ulug. On top of the bridge's guard tower, the head of the guard, Boris, looked out when he saw Anos on the salamander and the tempest wolves approaching. Grabbing a telescope to see farther away, he curled his eyebrows in befuddlement. Is that Lady Rem's group? I think it is, the guard next to him remarked with equal confusion. As the group approached the bridge, they slowed to a stop, looking up at the guards. Lady Rem, Boris called down. Yes, it's me, she returned. What's with the direwolves? It's a long story. Don't worry, they're not hostile or a threat. He remained silent for a moment before waving to another guard. Well, all right, but you might want to leave them outside the city. He then turned his attention to Anos as the gate drew open with loud groans and creaks. You certainly haven't let things be boring since you dragged him home. Rem just sighed heavily. Believe me, you couldn't even begin to kn out the insanity that goes on around him. Right, well, besides the direwolves and salamander being, well, what they are, everything looks fine. So hurry on through. She nodded before the group continued on to Faltra. Rimuru looked around the city with oohs and ahs as the many people gathered around. There's less humans than I expected here. That's a complicated tale, Rem explained. Ignora. NT people prefer to keep what they don't understand near the border where they can't see it. It also means more space between the wilds of the border and their sheltered homes. Rimuru sighed in disappointment. Guess humans are like that to some degree in every world. Humans and Altmer mostly, though there are cases of it in every race. Right, so where are we headed? To the guild. Need to turn in this quest. Amina grumbled as she folded her arms. And we need to report that jerkass. Who? Rimuru questioned, as an answer arrived on its own. You again. A familiar, irate voice shouted. You've gotten more beautiful woman to follow your lies, demon. Anos sighed as he turned to see Kuya approaching. Again, the false hero blathers. Two young women accompanied him. Mitsurugi, Rem groaned. Amina and Beatrice both turned to the man with fire in their eyes. Quote, you, quote. Anos frowned deeply as he put the pieces together. I see. Kuya, recognizing Ellen and her group, lurched back slightly before putting on a smirk. Why, you four, you made it back all right. No thanks to you, goddammit. Amina cursed. What are you talking about? You just abandoned us in that cave, you bastard. I did not. I came back to get reinforcements to help fight those goblins. Yeah, one of the girls beside him echoed. Anos folded his arms in disapproval. It would have been too late by then. Imps are notoriously fast breeders. I'm not sure what you mean by imps, demon, Kuya growled, but I can see they're safe from those goblins. Rimuru tilted her head in thought. Goblins. What did the goblins do? The people of this era refer to imps as goblins and true goblins as hobgoblins. Rimuru's brow flattened incredulously. Well, that's dumb. Sighing, he looked back at Kuya. So, you found that cave of imps and just left these girls there. That's scummy. The second girl next to Kuya then spoke up. Hey, we told you that's not it. He came back to get back up. Rimuru folded her arms in disapproval. And it took you 2 days to organize backup for something so urgent. And it looks like you haven't mobilized anyone yet. The noise and shouting began to gather a crowd, as humans, chianthropes, elves, grasswalkers, and more gathered around the group to see the commotion. Anos nodded in agreement to Rimuru's assessment. Indeed, by then the half-Bosmer would have already been eaten, and the others used by the imps to breed. Kuya lurched back as he realized the gathering crowd heard Anos' words. Isn't that the hero, Mitsurugi? One of the people in the crowd questioned as they saw him. Do you think it's true? Asked another. Did he really leave those girls in a goblin cave? There must have been a reason for it, a third wondered aloud. Kuya began to sweat before putting on a smile and addressing the crowd. Don't take his words to heart so hastily. There were simply more goblins than I was immediately prepared for. I just needed reinforcements and I was going to get them out. Quote. Anos just continued staring at Kuya. One wonders why you even took a novice party to an imp cave to begin with. Surely you had to be aware of the danger. Quote, "Goblins are some of the weakest monsters there are. They aren't a big threat in small numbers." Anos relented with a small nod and shrug. "True goblins, yes. But not imps. And even then, if you don't consider them a threat, you should have been able to face them yourself. Instead, you ran. You and those two groupies ran, leaving these four to a horrific fate if I hadn't entered that cave to butcher the imps." Kuya stared at Anos uncertainly as he sweat, before loosening the tension in his muscles. I see. So you do. Then I highly recommend you ask these girls for forgiveness. While you aren't a true hero, there may be hope for why. You're behind that, aren't you? Kuya suddenly accused, drawing the crimson sword on his back and aiming its curved tip at Anos. You set that area as a trap. The crowd gave small remarks and gasps at the accusation. Anos just sighed heavily. And yet again I am proven correct. It seems there may be no hope for you after all, false hero. No. Owning up to your major failure that would have ended in one girl eaten and three broken beyond repair. While owning it wouldn't have altered the outcome, it could allow you redemption. And yet you cower behind the title of hero as a shield, an excuse for your lies and foolishness, instead of the badge of responsibility it is to true heroes. And beyond that, I see you somehow obtained one of my swords. If you return it to me and leave this city, I will allow you to live. Kuya looked at the man in surprise for a moment before smirking. Let me live. I'm the main character, you can't kill me. Anos folded his arms in disappointment. I'm not certain what you mean by that, but I suppose at this stage, it matters not. He then aimed the palm of his hand towards Kuya. So, I will just take back my property and let you wallow in your delusions, false hero. Kuya, halt. A sudden order from beside the two echoed. The two turned as Mordred, still clad in her head-to-toe armor, approached the situation. Ah, Mordred. Anos waved, good to see you again. She nodded with a sigh. I'd like to say the same, but I see you're wrapped up in trouble again. Nothing I can't handle. I have little doubt, but that isn't the chief problem here. She then turned to the other member of the confrontation. Kuya, what is the meaning of this? I hope you're not attacking Anos again just because of your prejudice. The man almost seemed insulted at the remark. Prejudice. But he did not even get to finish his retort. A devil, yes. I know you're new to our world, but the war with them ended 2,000 years ago. And I'd rather not start it back up. Spoken like a true hero, Anos remarked to himself as he watched. Rimuru blinked in thought. New. Wait, so he's reincarnated like me. Guess that explains his name. Quote. Kuya once again attempted to argue his point, but the demon lord, was again cut off. As a rogue, the capital of Dilhide itself has stated it holds no allegiance to the demon lord causing problems on the continent. And both the Lord of Dragons and Lord of Spiders have agreed to cease any of their actions so the culprit can be determined. You going around pointing the finger at any devil with a high level isn't going to do anything but sow resentment. Kuya hissed and shouted back, he's got Lady Rem and Shira as slaves. Mordred nodded in affirmation as she folded her arms. That may be true, but they themselves claim they are victims of their own folly. While it would be preferable for Anos to release them, given the circumstances behind their enslavement, he is within his rights to retaliate. She paused, sending a glance in Anos' direction, as much as I detest the situation. Anos just smirked silently as she continued. Now, I'm only going to ask you once. Sheathe your blade, or I will have it taken from you. Kuya winced before beginning to lower his blade. This sword was gifted to me by the goddess to slay the demon lord. I can't have it taken. Mordred nodded in approval. I advise you to sheathe it then, if you wish to keep it. Anos, however, interjected. I'll actually be needing that back. It was originally mine, after all. Mordred put up a hand to stem the argument she saw forming in Kuya's eyes. That may be true, but it's not something that can be sorted out properly in the current circumstances. ND can be dealt with by the two of you later. Anos stepped back towards Shira and the others with a nod. Very well. Beatrice, who had been trembling with clenched hands the entire time, suddenly exploded, grabbing the hefty axe on her back and kicking off the ground with a howl of anger. Ellen called out in a fruitless attempt to stop her comrade. Before she could reach Kuya, Beatrice stopped on a vow, her feet nearly digging into the dirt. Mordred stood directly in front of her, blade drawn, the point right against the muscular woman's throat. She warned firmly, "Stow the weapon, Elanian. You've already been through enough, I don't want to have to take you to prison." She tightened her grip on the axe in frustration. "He left us to die. To be used by those things. Such scum deserves this." Mordred nodded slowly. "I'm aware. I heard what was said. I plan to inform the guild. If it can be proved what happened, and I have no doubt it can, he'll be banned from all guild facilities and stripped of his adventurer title. But until then I can't have you murdering a man in broad daylight." She sent a sharp gaze at the man. Despite how much he may deserve it. Kuya lurched back, before again attempting to defend himself. "Why? You don't understand. Those weren't normal goblins. They mutated, evolved. The demon lord has to be involved with this." Mordred sighed and shook her head. "No, you're just a naive fool. I suppose now I know who took that goblin hunting quest one was planning to undertake. I had hoped someone regarded as a hero would realize that despite goblins being little threat in groups of 3 to 5, in their caves and dens, you need to be specially prepared to fight them. Otherwise you risk being overrun and torn apart to eat. Or worse." Anos raised a finger and remarked. "Worse usually happening to female adventurers. Which you brought nothing but into a den completely unprepared. I can only assume the Elanian brought some preparation for it, lest she focused all her training for hunting large monsters like rats and bariths. Which reminds me I really need to see about getting some barith tail meat." Beatrice realized his pointed words and took the situation in mind and lowered her axe, stepping away from the area. Mordred sighed in relief and turned to Kuya. "Now, come with me, Kuya. It'll reflect better on you if you appear before the guildmaster in person." His frustration was beginning to peak as he trembled in a mix of confusion and fear. This world isn't what it was supposed to be like at all." Anos sighed heavily in disappointment. "I'm not sure what fantasy you were promised, but it seems you were guided by a very stupid goddess if she led you to believe you'd be a storybook hero here. Those words seem to be just enough to light the fuse under Kuya's feet. Don't you dare speak of the goddess in such a way, demon." He wailed before gripping the hilt of his sword with both hands and charging with such speed the ground where he stood splintered apart. Mordred attempted to block his path with her blade but was caught off guard when his sword effortlessly passed through her guard. Kuya attempted to step back. But the momentum was too strong, and the blade carved clean through Mordred's arm, carving a large gash on her shoulder. He then found his attempt to create distance stopped instantly. Looking up, he saw Anos pinching the blade of Graham between his index and middle fingers. Kuya desperately tried to move the sword, back, forth, one side, and then the other, but found the blade was practically frozen in midair. How? Graham is supposed to pass straight through any attempts to block its movement. "Because I'm not blocking," Anos retorted with a smirk, "I'm just stopping it from moving." Now then, with seemingly no effort, still holding the blade with only 2 fingers, he hoisted it up into the air, dragging Kuya with it, whipping the blade straight up, and then swinging it to the right. Momentum and force causing Kuya to lose his grip and get sent hurtling away, over the crowd, slamming against the brick wall of a nearby building before slumping to the ground. "Damn it," Mordred cursed, putting a hand on her wounded shoulder. "Hold still," Rimuru exclaimed as she ran up with a glob of healing potion in her hand. Anos put up a hand to stop her from dispensing the potion onto Mordred's injury. You need more than a normal healing potion for wounds like this." He placed his hand over the wound, which began to glow a gentle blue. "Graham damages the soul as well as the body. It's forged from nethicite, after all." Oh. Mordred stood up and saw that not only was the injury healed, the damage to her armor had been repaired as well. Thank you." There was a sudden rustling from the crowd. Looking to the source, Anos and the rest watched as Kuya, his armor dirtied and damaged, sprinted off into an alleyway, his 2 hangers-on following soon after. "Damn him," Mordred cursed again. Rem frowned deeply in confused disappointment. "I knew that guy was a bit of a stuck-up jerk, but I had no idea it was this bad." People have a habit of revealing who they truly are in times of stress, Anos noted. He proved to everyone here that he did not earn or deserve the title of hero. "I thank you for your assistance, and apologize for the commotion," Mordred offered. Anos smirked and shook her hand. "Of course. It was nice to see you again. Now, let's head to the guild everyone. We have these quests to turn in among other matters. Anos and the girls walked into Sylvie's office, let in by Blue, and saw as she slumped over her desk with a heavy sigh. It's just one problem after another, she grumbled. Sounds like you've got a lot on your plate as it is. Anos stated. Sitting upright, she saw the group enter and shrugged lightly. Just managerial problems. The main office in Orario is insisting a new god descended recently. But no one knows who they are or what they're doing. I tried to explain that means it's not a god but something else, but they won't listen. Anos nodded in comprehension. Unfortunately, this system of descending for the gods was not in place in my time, so I wouldn't be able to provide any assistance. She offered a tired smile and waved her hands as she looked over the 2 quest pamphlets. It's okay. You've helped enough. I guess I can give you the rewards for both quests though to make things simple. The reward for the Goblin hunting quest should go to the Elanian and her comrades. Anos motioned to Ellen and her group as he answered. Sylvie nodded without inquiry or argument. Ellen, however, was not so silent. Are you sure? You're the one who took them all out. It was your quest. Besides, I don't require an additional incentive to eradicating those pests. On top of that, I believe you deserve something of substance for what almost befell you. Sylvie's friendly expression turned stern in a flash as she changed the subject. Also, just to confirm, it was in fact Kuya Mitsurugi who abandoned the girls there after realizing it was a whole den of goblins, right? Why, yes, Ellen answered uneasily. She nodded as she jotted a couple notes. Right, I'll be sure to include that in my report to the home office. Anos nodded in appreciation. Sylvie then put 2 bags of coins on the table. One significantly larger than the other. Anyway, here's the payout for both quests. The smaller one is for the direwolf quest. For a moment, Anos' shadow darkened before an arm reached out. Grabbed the smaller of the 2 bags, and swiftly pulled the bag inside in a swift motion. Peon. The moment gave the grasswalker quite the surprise. That's just a friend in my shadow, Anos noted calmly. Right, Sylvie answered uneasily, not sure what to expect next from him. Rem, seemingly unfazed by the development, tried to move things along. Is that all? Why, yeah, she bowed courteously as she picked up the larger bag of money and handed it to Ellen. Then we'll be on our way. Right, she answered with a wave as they left before sighing and slumping into her oversized chair. He's just one surprise after another, next he's probably going to tell me he can make clothes out of nothing. Outside the guild building, Ellen and Archie both bowed ply in appreciation to Anos and the others. Thank you so much for all of your help, the blonde offered as she held the bag of coins. Of course, don't be afraid to call my name if you ever need me again. Ellen looked at him slightly confused before smiling with a small laugh. I'll do that, though, how would you hear me? He leaned towards her with a smirk. Do you really think I wouldn't hear the voice of someone who needs my help? Her cheeks getting warm, she suddenly stepped back, stammering and stuttering her words. Right. I'll remember that. Amina sighed in disappointment with a shrug. Archie, however, was more focused on the pile of gold and silver coins in her hand, which she swiftly put into a small mail pouch. Beatrice tucked her away in the only carrying spot she had available as she put a finger on her chin. I wonder what I should buy first, maybe a steak. Amina, however, grumbled at the snapped wooden stick that used to be her bow. I'll be using mine to get a new bow for the one those little bastards broke. Shira spoke up in thought. Why not have Anos make a new one? She just looked at the elf in annoyance at the joke. Create item only lasts for like an hour. Create lesser item. Yes, but create greater item is permanent, Anos argued. Amina looked at him curiously for a few moments. I've never heard of that spell. I expected as much. The people of this era truly are disappointing. Opening his hand, a ball of light condensed in his palm before spreading out, popping like a bubble to reveal a large, jagged, jet black bow with a sturdy, silvery string stretched from end to end. Amina practically fainted when he handed her the item. This is an ebony bow, they're almost impossible to find. Anos nodded with mild disappointment. Yes, it will have to do for now. Quote. Her gaze shifted from the bow to him and back several times, her expression increasing in shock with each passing second. Have to do. For now. It's just a standard bow. Any smith worth their fire salts could make one. Give me some more time and I can put some enchantments on it. She stood stock still as if the entire world just caved in on her. Yeah, that's about how it feels the first couple times, Rem noted with a shrug. You alright? Anos asked. Amina shook her head slowly, her brain still clearly processing the situation. I'm fine. Rimuru laughed weakly as the four left, dragging the catatonic half-elf behind them. So what now? Stretching, Shira answered, I'd like to take a bath. In that case, we should spend a night at the inn, Anos suggested. Rimuru frowned slightly as her eyes flashed red for a moment. I don't have any money. That won't be an issue. Do you really think he'd let you pay for your own room? Rem argued. I guess not. Now, if we're done with the rest of this, I need to create some clothes, Anos remarked as they started walking towards the inn. What for? So Red isn't forced to walk around nude. Rimuru tilted her head side to side several times trying to make sense of his words. But, don't wolves normally do that? Extending a hand, light flashed for several moments before a foe. LDED up outfit trimmed with fur formed in his hand. In their animal forms, yes. He then dropped the clothing towards the ground, two fair-skinned hands reaching out and grabbing them before they could hit the ground. Pulling the clothes into his shadow. But if they evolve enough, direwolves can become indistinguishable from lupos. After a moment, a young woman with long, messy, light gray hair emerged from Anos' shadow. Two wolf-like ears atop her head. She wore the outfit Anos had created, a red, hooded jacket trimmed with fur, lined with many pockets, a simple gray and red dress that hugged her decent figure loosely. Black leggings, and tall, shin-height boots. She turned into a person. Rimuru practically screamed. A lupo, to be exact, Anos argued. Or, lupo-like, I suppose. The young woman then pulled a bushy, bright gray tail through a hole in the dress and fluffed it up a bit. Looking over herself in the outfit, she nodded. Fits Red perfectly. Rem stared at the girl in mild displeasure, though said nothing. After a moment of thought, Rimuru looked at Anos with a cagey expression. Did you know this would happen when you named her? I expected it, but the evolution's result is never guaranteed. Shira looked over the group, counting to herself. That's 5 people, will the bed be big enough? She wondered, putting a finger on her chin. Red can hide in Anos' shadow, the Chianthrope mentioned. That won't be necessary, he argued. Welcome to the peace of MINYA. May stammered as she saw Anos' group walk in. You have even more friends, Mr. Anos. That happens sometimes. Looking over the group, her ears drooped somberly. I apologize, but we don't have any rooms with enough beds for 5 people. We will make the room we have work. Her tail swished around for a moment before she just shrugged. If Mew say so. Since Mew are not renting additional beds or rooms, the cost doesn't go up, but Mew are responsible for finding ways for them to sleep. The conversation was interrupted by a loud rumble. Turning, the group saw Red standing silently, cheeks flushed and ears drooping. Red's hungry. Laughing playfully, Anos nodded. Well, why don't we fix that? Yay. Shira and Red both cheered. Shortly after, the group sat in the inn's tavern, seated at the largest table, with a huge variety of meats, fruits, vegetables, sweets, and other things spread out on numerous plates up for the taking. So much food, Red drooled, her tail wagging gleefully, before she looked at Anos. Can Red really eat it all? As much as you like. And if it isn't enough, we can order more. Rem smiled as she placed some choice cuts of beef on her plate, then watched Red pile huge slabs of steak and chicken in front of her and made a worrying realization. Red. The Chianthrope's ears wiggled as she looked up at the Pantherian. Do you know how to use a knife and fork? She answered the question without directly answering it. Knife and fork. What's that? She asked before proceeding pick up one of the steaks and take a huge bite out of it. Rem just sighed. Thought so. She then pointed out the necessary instruments to the wolf-eared girl and explained how to use them. To which Red watched carefully. As the meal continued, Rimuru heard small whimpering and looked beside her to see Ranga sticking his head out of her shadow with the saddest-looking expression he could muster. She did her best to resist the begging but eventually relented and cut a steak in half and dropped it to him, which he gleefully chewed on. She then iced one of the waitstaff approaching and hurriedly pushed Ranga's head back down into her shadow to hide him. Need anything else? she asked, her floppy canine ears wiggling as she smiled. More phsaak. Red shouted, her mouth filled to the brim with steak. Yeah, Shira cheered in agreement. Right, the waitress replied, slightly overwhelmed. Thanks for watching.